Hello, hello, how are you? You guys are here on time. I'm a little late. I apologize for that. Good morning, Dr. Lashana Bruce. Good morning, baby girl, Wendy. Good morning, Nicole. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here today. So, today we're going to discuss the closing arguments and what took place on yesterday. Come on in. Hey, Rena. Good morning, Diva. If you guys are not subscribed, go and subscribe to Diva the Boss. Let's Talk TV and baby Dr. Lashania Bruce Brown has a page. Wendy, do you have a page? Hey, no more drama. Hi, I said hi to Reem. How are you? I apologize for being a little late. I like to read over my notes, and it was kind of late last night, so um, I read over the notes so I can decipher because there was so much note taking and some stuff I erase if I don't remember exactly what it was about. So come on in, come on in. So we're gonna get started. So yesterday was day 8, and everybody, was in court, like basically the same as far as the Briggs family. There was about 8 of them, and then people from the show and the family, Monique, Miss Robbie, Miss Linda, Miss Janice, Calvin, Big Ed, the typical uh, family members and cast members were there. Okay. Okay. So please, as you come in, please hit the like button. Please share the live and please subscribe if you haven't done so already. So we're not going to go through all of the small things in the beginning. We're going to go to where before the closing remarks. Obviously, we know that that the judge went over the rules to the jury because there's things that they should keep in mind when they're making their decision. So he basically informed them to the fact that they should not uh, consider like missing witnesses as not being considered, and not to be prejudiced by the fact that for instance YL wasn't there, and that's the insurance agent. Not let that say, well, sway them in any way. So when he read the jury instructions, just it was a 30-minute read, and it's a lot of information. If you've ever listened in on a court case, I know the last one that I watched that was televised, I was like, wow, it was like a lot of reading. Good morning, Lucinda. Good morning. Miss J delivered. Hey, Shonda Thoughts. How are you? So basically, um, he read the instructions. He informed the jury, not to use discrimination in their, common sense stuff, but that has to be read. To be mindful of unconscious bias. For instance, sometimes we are biased about things that we don't even realize we are, to just think about it because this is a serious matter. To not be just swayed by age or race and things like that. He also went over the fact of what is for them to not look at things that were like, say, like objections, to take into consideration that if an objection was given, even though like we saw a lot of the defense like sneaking statements in, or the witnesses, some of them uh, like, and they say objected, he was trying to inform the jury to remember that you have to forget that, which is hard sometimes, but if it was objected, please do not use it in your judgment or in your decision. And um, And that's from both the prosecution and the defense. And to also remember that this happened a long time ago, and that when it comes to some witnesses, most witnesses, they're going off memory. So um, so they may say something that is not quite correct, or that is misleading. So he basically informed the jury to use your best judgment when it comes to that, based on what you've seen, based on the evidence and things like that. It's a lot to put on a person, right? To have to consider. And he also informed the jury that the burden of proof, or just reinforced the fact that the burden of proof falls on the prosecution, that it is their job to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mr. T, and that's what we're going to call him today, is guilty. And then he read the three counts that he's being accused of. He also went over the fact that there may be, they have to be aware of things that were like omitted but admissible. For instance, the medical examiner. Hi, Sheila. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you. Um, for instance, like the medical examiner, although he never testified, they have the records. So take that into consideration. It is used as evidence. He went on to describe what was in the medical examiner, some of the stuff that was in the medical examiner's records. And in the report, it stated that there were 2 gunshot wounds, one to the upper abdomen, one to the upper right arm, and that Dr. Turner, who is the medical examiner, the results that he submitted can be used for them to review. So basically, that's all that we're not going to go all off into that. It's a lot of just stuff that is just generally read in court. So the closing argument started with the government. The government came in 2 parts. The government came first, and then the defense came, and then the government came back, and that was the closing. So starting with the first part, the government came, and I'm going to try to say it like as if I'm talking to the jury. She was like, telling them, please remember the fact that allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly, but she didn't, that there were 5 fraudulent life insurance policies that Mr. T attempted to take out. Please remember that the purpose of life insurance is in case of financial loss. So typically, when a person takes out a life insurance policy, like if it's a husband or whatever like that, or a wife, like you're going to miss that income. So he took out this policy, especially in that amount, on his nephew, which wouldn't really have caused him any financial loss. Please remember the fact that just 5 months prior to the incident, Mr. T sent a text message to the insurance agent, Mr. YL, stating that he wouldn't make it, for 6 months. That he didn't think he was going to make it for 6 months, and that we need to talk in person because that was Mr. T. He wanted to get the ball rolling. Please remember the fact that it is not validated. It couldn't be validated whether or not Dre actually signed the documents at this alleged meeting that Mr. T stated took place at his house with little Timmy, and and remember we talked about that. Remember that there is no proof of that. Please also don't forget the fact that there were false statements made on the insurance application. For instance, Dre's address on the insurance application was listed as the Mangrove location, the Mangrove restaurant. It wasn't his house address. And Mr. T already stated that the reason he was cut off was because he barely showed up for work. So even if his address, if he lived there, he wasn't there, right? Please also remember the fact that Mr. T took out a $450,000 policy on the victim without the knowledge of his mom. His mom had no idea until the feds informed her after the fact. Remember the text message that you saw where Mr. T asked, "Will I need his mom to sign? She's a POS." This is all documented and on text and proven, right? Also, don't forget the fact that Mr. T impersonated Dre because Mr. YL, and it's also in text or in writing, um, Mr. YL informed him, "I need you to take this phone call. I need you to pretend that you're him when they call," because, other people work there. He wasn't a one-man show. So, he just informed him, they're going to call you. You have to pretend that you're him. And um, and that was to get the policy going. And Mr. T had to ask YL, a perfect stranger, "What am I supposed to say? Can you tell me his date of birth and his social security number?" From the information that he had gathered, but he didn't even know his date of birth. This is somebody that you're pretending to be daddy to and want, your own flesh and blood, and somebody you're mentoring, somebody you're taking care of, but you don't know his date of birth. So anyway, that was, please remember that he asked this person for that information to impersonate him. Please do not forget that Mr. T lied about Dre having a doctor's appointment, because in order to take out that amount of money, they require a physical exam. Remember that he lied saying that he had a doctor, but then later on he admitted that he knew he lied. So this is the government, talking to the jury. Do not forget the fact that merely a couple days after the incident, Mr. T ordered the death certificate before he was buried. And he went online, records show, and ordered through Vital Statistics online, how, you have these online things, ordered the death certificate. Do not forget that. Please remember the wire fraud from the evidence presented in regards to the cell phones is everywhere within this case. Please remember that after Mr. T talked to Terica, it was like 2 minutes later that Mr. T called Travell to notify him, or texted him. It must have been texted because they can prove, to let him know the location of the victim. Do not forget the fact that Terica had burner phones that Mr. T urged her to get, and it was already verified that the purposes of the burner phones is because when you're at the in taping and in filming, your phones had to be on speaker, and so that was discovered. But remember the fact that she was not an employee, she was not on the show, and in fact, they were not even recording during this time. So he had her get a burner phone. And Mr. T is going to say, or has stated, that on top of that, those phones were used for hooking up purposes. So, he had all of his female acquaintances a burner phone because he had a live-in girlfriend, or he was with Janae, or he was, but at this time had a live-in girlfriend, allegedly in California. So that is why he gave out burner phones. But remember the fact, why would he have her to throw the phone away right after the incident? And you're going to be hooking up. And you just got back in contact with her, basically. You just, had your moment with her and you were hooking back up with her. So why would you have her throw the phone away right after that incident? So then she went on to get into the intent and stated the fact that please consider the proof where, so they must have brought out the fact that Dre expressed verbally and through text messages that he was afraid for his life and that Mr. T was after him. So don't forget that, jury. Do not forget that Terica called Mr. T, and after when she heard the gunshots, she called him, and he informed her, or texted him. It must be text, and I wrote call because there were a lot of text messages apparently for evidence. Texted him and said, "Do not call Dre, and do not go back to the location," because she apparently was like, "Oh, they're shooting over here," whatever, and didn't realize that it was him. So he was like, "Well, don't call Dre and don't return." So that didn't look good, did it? Hey Doris, hey Unreal Drama. Hey. Okay, I spoke to Sheila. How are you? So, okay, I got distracted. I'm sorry. Also remember that Mr. T had DJ Beats to get the $5,000 to Travail. Although Tim denied this. And also remember that Tim called DJ Beats after he learned of the incident before he called anyone else in the family. And remember DJ Beats' testimony, who is his friend and his bodyguard, his confidant. When DJ Beats gave him condolences, remember DJ Beats what Mr. T said to him. He said, "F that N." He didn't say, "Well, thank you," or "Man, I'm hurt," or "Man, this," then that's what he responded to somebody he was mentoring, somebody he loved and he thought of as a son, and blah blah blah. That's what his response was. F that N. So also remember that on March 18th, Mr. T, and that's like a couple days after the incident, called Forrester Insurance, that's the insurance company, to cash in on the life insurance policy. Also, think about the fact that the nightclub, Bottoms Up, is not really known for paying their strippers a lot of money. And on a good night, Terica probably made about $200 to $300 on an average night. So I guess he was trying to determine the fact that, where she get all this money from, that he was giving her money. And seconds after Dre texted Terica, she called Mr. T, or texted Mr. T, or called Mr. T. Remember that Travail threw the gun and the burner phone away afterwards. Remember that DJ Beats picked up money at the hotel, or she referred to it as the sex den, because remember that's where he sent DJ Beats, and DJ Beats went with his girlfriend. They were going to stay the rest of his stay out at the hotel, but they found condoms on the floor, and the girlfriend was like, it's nasty. I'm not staying here or whatever. And that's where DJ Beats picked up the $5,000 that Mr. T left there. So that wasn't another lie. So, they left that. They left because it was disgusting. Remember that. And also take into consideration the fact that Mr. T did all of this before saying one word to Michelle Griggs, the victim's mom, without telling her that it happened, without saying I'm sorry, without how are you doing, nothing, not one word. He's doing all of this and hasn't even contacted the mom, not even attempted to. Then remember the fact that Mr. T lied on the stand about being on a layover in Minneapolis when his mom contacted him. Look at the flight records. He was still at the airport when his mom called him in St. Louis. He missed a call from his mom, and I guess apparently he talked to her at some point. And then he texted Big Ed to meet his mom at the police station per the text messages. So he was right in the same city at the time and said that he was 2 to 3 hours away because he had a layover in Minneapolis. And also can remember the fact that he went so far as to say that it was a beautiful airport and it was his first time there. And the records show that he was still in St. Louis. Then she went on to say, remember to look over all of the, the phone and the text and, the airport and all that stuff, the evidence. And consider the fact that all of the co-conspirators only knew enough to do what they were set out to do their jobs. That Mr. T knew the entire plan, and only Mr. T knew the entire plan. So then she closed out that part by saying, you're about to hear from the defense in their upcoming closing. Just like be aware, they're going to tell you keep this with you at all times. Do not forget, I will be back to ask you for a guilty verdict. So that was the first part of the government's closing. So then Mr. Michael Leonard, which is Mr. T's attorney representing the defense, took the floor and basically started off saying, because this was a female, how they have associates and stuff. So he gets up behind her and says, we can raise our voices, we can yell, we can shout. And from what it was told, this person did not yell, she did not shout, but he was trying to paint her out as being very manipulative. But then maybe that's why he's supposed to be such a good attorney, a whining female, kind of insulting, right? And then started trying to play with really playing on the jury, saying, wow, September 6th felt like it was a year ago. And this was only like a week, not even 2 weeks ago. It's been long and daunting, trying to tire their minds, I guess, put them in that mindset, right? He basically said, please find Mr. T innocent because the government failed to meet the burden of proof. He informed them that Michelle Griggs, the mother of the victim, couldn't even come up with anything bad to say about Mr. T. You didn't hear anything that she said bad about Mr. T. Um, and then brought up the fact of the text message between Mr. Napa, the instructor. We talked about him previously, the instructor at the Nelly's music school. Look, remember that text that Mr. T sent Mr. Napa trying to get him into the college by saying, I'm about to birth an 18-year-old know it all teenager. He showed compassion. He was mentoring him. And then the government objected it. And then there was a sidebar, white noise, because remember, you're not supposed to paint a bad picture. They agreed to not bring up, like past bad things that they did. Either of them did, Mr. T or Dre. So he was allowed to restate the question, and he came back with, what guy would send that type of text to an instructor if he planned to do something like this? Look at Mr. T's actions. He provided an apartment. He provided. He got him into the best school. He provided food, and he had access to cars. He gave him access to his cars, and he gave him allowances, and he gave him a job. You don't believe he's that clever? That's nonsense. Then he started talking saying things like, the reason that Terica testified against him was because the government, the prosecutors, scared her into thinking that she would never see her kids again. Which part of that might have been true, but he's using that tactic. That's the only reason she testified. So he said also that the prosecution team can't prove that the $10,000 that was deposited into various bank accounts by Miss Terica came from Mr. T, because Mr. T said he only gave her, $3,000 on top of the $1,000 that he would normally give her. But you remember that she was a traveling stripper, and she had relations with men who paid for their services. So he's pointing her out to be, a traveling stripper. So that doesn't mean that she got that money from him. There's no proof of that. And the reason he had all of the burner phones, and this is the defense talking to the jury, was because of various women that he messed around with. Because the family, the calls were being recorded and possibly aired on the show. You couldn't have a stripper calling him on camera, could you? It would be impossible for Mr. T to come up with such an elaborate plot within 5 minutes of finding out that Terica knew Dre. All of this is a coincidence, basically. That would be challenging even for a mastermind. And the reason that Travell said what he said, or he testified, he was on a drug binge. Because remember, Travell, when he testified, he admitted that he was taking ecstasy and Molly. So then he said, Travell actually said that there was no girl, and that was objected because that was not true. So you have the attorney pretending that, there could be false memory or whatever, or either he was trying to confuse the jury, but he knew that didn't happen. He should have anyway. It was less than 2 weeks ago when she testified. When he testified, and he's saying that Travell said that there was no girl, and that was objective, like I said, because he indeed testified that Terica and him were in contact with each other. So the judge basically, probably smacked them on the hand and then said to the jury, please remember to go off what you saw in testimonies. So that was a way of letting them know that he's lying, I guess. So when right, they did have a bench moment, because when he came back to talk to the jury, he said, "I hope you all remembered it the way I heard it." Wow. Wow. He's a slickster. So then he basically tried to convince the jury that white boy Chris and Travell planned this alone. He said which Travell did say, that Tim never asked him to do this. So he brought that out. And he also informed the jury, please remember that this does not qualify as first degree as defined in Missouri. Travell had no intent to hurt Dre. He said he only wanted to scare him. And Travell did testify that too, that he only wanted to scare him. So he says Travell was so messed up on drugs, he only went to get, meet up with Dre and to get the items back. He wasn't going there to harm him. And the reason he took a gun with him, he did that on his own because he was going into a rough neighborhood, a bad area. And he wanted to talk to Dre, or maybe scare Dre a little. But it was not because Mr. T asked him to do so. He took that gun with him because he wanted protection, because of the neighborhood. And that's why it was a little gun. But no matter what size the gun is, a gun still does what a gun does, right? So after that was his closing, believe it or not. The government came back with the last of their closing and basically stated that you cannot refute the fact that the money was the same, because as we previously stated in an earlier interview, the analyst stated that the picture that DJ Beats took at the hotel of the money was the same money that Travell took, because they both took pictures of the $5,000 wrapped up in a rubber band, same rubber band and all that. So the government reminded them that, that they can't refute that. Also keep in mind that Mr. T's life was a lie. His wealth was a lie. He lied about being in control of his finances, but yet, remember, American Express has a judgment against him for over $215,000. He lied to the producers of the show about who he was and who he wasn't. He stated that they were a wholesome family, but yet he was dealing with burner phones and women, right? She informed them to please remember during this trial, the only time you saw Mr. T get emotional is when he talked about his buddy Travell or himself, because all he cares about is himself. He didn't shed one tear for Dre, the nephew that he loved and mentored, and he didn't even fake it. He didn't even fake it. The only time you heard him burst out or show emotion is when he talked about how much of a mentor he was. But that was all about him. And then when his friend Travell testified, he blurted out, I didn't do it. Those were the only two emotions you saw. Never a tear about his beloved nephew. So basically, you have seen the story that the defense spun for you, and it's a lie. You have seen behind the veil, and it was ugly. And that was when she rested her case. So then they went through the formalities of, whatever takes place after the both sides have done their arguments. and they were dismissed. And then that was yesterday when we were on the live, and I got to keep my eye on my phone because just in case he'll text if they come back or something, because now the jury, they're in deliberation. So they waited for the jury, and then we remember they came back with questions. They needed additional evidence. Some of the stuff they wanted to see is not provided because it wasn't a part of the evidence. But they were able to. They wanted to see the flight. They wanted to see the travel documents, flight records, and they wanted to see the text messages. So they gave them, everything that they had basically so that they can review it. And according to Vale, he says Tim seemed a little lighter. He was like waving at his mom and different ones, a little like smirking. I think in his mind, and this is just my observation, in my opinion, that with him being narcissistic, that he thinks that he has wooed these people and that they believe him. Charles Nelson, hi. Hey, Lakin, how are you? Charles says, how Tim trying to convince us he didn't have nothing to do with it and you the common denominator, bro. Exactly, Charles. He is the common denominator. You have three people who have confessed that they did whatever they did, took a plea, and they have put you as the common denominator. So it is going to be interesting to see. I am waiting for, let's see, I am waiting for an update, but they probably got started late. Sometimes they get started late because, let's see, he was on his way to the courthouse, and that was at 8 something. I believe they started at like 8:45. So it's a matter of if the jury is going to come in, they do have to still, because they were not sequestered, they were actually allowed to go home. So, they have to come back, get together, deliberate. And I mean, it could be that everybody is on one accord. It could be, how it could go. So we're hoping that, there's no long delay. So let's see what type of comments we got here. Everybody's just speaking, right? Yeah, everybody's speaking. I'm at work but chiming in. Miss J delivered. Thank you. Lucinda, Shonda Thoughts, Sheila Cottrell, Normal Drama, Doris Lake and Charles. Lena the Beana, Justice for Andre. Yes, everybody put justice for Andre. If you haven't done so, please hit the like button, please share, please subscribe. I really appreciate you all for coming in. Yesterday we had a very interactive live. It was very good. I'm looking at the time, and I noticed that yesterday, I think it was about, and then I was looking at the analytics too. So a lot of people like to come on like in the afternoon. So I noticed that for the people who are on my analytics. It looks like that time that I was on yesterday was the time, but then that the time that most of the people are on. Yes, Loyana Dale, justice for Andre. Lena Dabina, justice for Andre. So what do you guys, anybody want to come up and talk about this? What do you think? Anybody want to share anything? All we're doing now, all we can do is wait and pray that justice is served. That's what I'm hoping, because this was so unfortunate and unfair. And if you guys haven't done so, the person that I get my information from is his name is Vale. Let me put his link in here. Let's see. And he's very thorough. I don't know what he's going to be covering after this. It's randomness of veil. Let's see. I just dropped the link if anybody wanted to come up. But let me see. I want to drop Veil's link. Randomness. And you can become a VIP text. Like he'll text you updates, and he doesn't charge for it. You will be a free VIP. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to put his link in. Justice for Dre. Yes, Queen Black. That is randomness of veil. So that's his I have to give credit because he is who I get my information from. Hi Mocha, welcome. Justice for Dre. Hi Queen Black. Justice for Dre. And when you get on there, I can put the number in if you want to be a VIP. But like I said, I'm not sure what he's going to cover because I don't even know what else is going on. Like I said yesterday, they already did the verdict for R. Kelly, and which I was shocked that he didn't cover that case because Bill lives in Chicago. He lives here in Chicago where the case was, but you know he chose to cover the sweetiepies, which is I'm happy that he did. Yeah, so the phone number, if you want the VIP, and he doesn't mind, you know, you can, if you put this phone number in your phone and you text join, then you'll become a member. Hi, St. James, welcome back. And the number is 312-847-2346. So go over there and follow I Am Dale. Well, I Am Dale is basically randomness of veil. And so he does these text messages. And also, if you want to ask him a question, you can, and then he'll get back to you. You said, I hope it's not a holdout like when I served. Really, Queen Black, how long were you guys held? I hope not either, because I'm ready for this to, I'm ready for this to come to an end. I'm ready, to know. It's the anxiety because there's going to be a lot of hurt people if it doesn't go one way. So with all of this evidence, especially, but we say that, but it can go either way with these juries. But especially the phone records, the flight records, I'm like, what more can you ask for? If you see text messages saying things, but the fact that the jury is supposed to not know anything about Mr. T's past, Andre's past, the dynamics of the family, the dynamics of the show, the restaurant, they're supposed to not. These people have sworn in that they don't know anything about these people, so or the situation. So it's coming from those eyes. They would look at things a little different than we would. We're looking at it from being me. I was a super fan. I admit it. We're looking at it from being a super fan, from feeling like they were our cousins and our family, and we were in there and we knew what was going on, and we know how Mr. T acted and treated our little cousin Charles, and our little cousin Dre, and and how he took advantage of Auntie. So we are looking at it from those eyes, and this is why it's important to have a jury who can be non-biased. But is that really, we can't prove that that's even the case, because we just, all we can do is hope and pray that he's given a fair trial for the sake of his mom and his siblings. And one thing that Vale did notice is that outside, he said he did see Charles interacting with Dre's siblings, who are not Mr. T's family, not their family, but Dre's family. So he did see them interacting. They were talking and laughing, amongst each other. So that was a good thing, because they're, the family dynamic isn't broken all the way. Hopefully, it won't change if things don't go a certain way with either side of the family. They can remain intact. But I guess at this point, they're the glue to their relationship would have been, Dre. But these people have been in each other's lives for a lot of years. So that's what I'm hoping. St. James, you said, oh, Queen Black, you said 3 days and the judge was not happy. Yeah, this Judge Ross, he is tired of it. He's over it. He wanted it over and done before it even started. And he stressed that. He did not hide it. He did say that he wanted, when it started on the 6th, he said he wanted it to be no longer than 2 weeks. And then technically it could have ended yesterday, which was Wednesday, which would have been a week and a half. So yeah, he's not playing with them. He just wants it done. St. James says, I was on the jury for a month and we got a decision in a couple of hours. You were on the jury for a month? Oh, the trial was a month long and you got a decision in a couple of hours. Yes. And so I think had they had all of the evidence, or if they would have been willing to hold court longer, this judge, I think he likes to go home for dinner. So I don't think he's trying to stay there, because you have heard of night court and things like that, especially in a situation like this. Maybe even if it was 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, asking the jury, do you guys think you're going to be able to come up with the conclusion by a certain time or whatever? How is it looking? But no, he's like, okay, it's 3 o'clock. You guys haven't come up with a decision. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow, because he wants to go home and eat. That's what I'm thinking. That's what it sounds like. Oh, you deliberated for 3 days. Okay. Good morning, Linda. How are you? Good morning. So if you guys haven't done so, please go and if Diva, are you in here? I don't know if Sherry's in here. Hey, Avis. Good morning. Follow. Hey, the Dreamer. You say you hope it's not a hung jury. Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. I really do. I hope not, because that would be like going all over again. And then he was noting that this is all coming from Vale, so it's something I don't know. You said, and then we got locked in the garage at 8 p.m. Wow. He did, because like Vale is very detailed, so he actually tells us like how Miss Robbie is dressed, and he said that she was, of course, sharp yesterday. She, her face is usually beat, which is a good thing. And he said that there was a young man that came in, and he was dressed very well. And because he notices, he pays attention. He's nosy like me. We're gonna find out what, or even if it's not the truth, we're gonna come to a conclusion. But he said that the young man came in, sat like toward the back, and she, I guess, apparently was expecting him. So when she saw him, she motioned for him to come up, and he came up where she was. And he said this man was dressed very well, but he said the man looked younger. Right. She got her groove back, St. James, and said that he was like, at first I was like, it may have been a family member, but he said, no, the way he put his arms around her, it wasn't a family member. He was like, nah. I said, okay, Miss Robbie, that's why she's doing okay. She's getting through this. But yeah, but that was good. As long as she's happy, I mean, we can't necessarily get mad at her, because we really can't, because we can't live the life for our kids. All we can do is try to teach them and and she did try to put them on a good path. even her grandson, So she did the best. I feel like she did. I mean, we don't know what's in that boy's DNA. Okay, so Nikki says, Dre Day, yes. Baby girl, hey baby girl. Good morning. St. James said Miss Robbie went to Jamaica and got her groove back. Those texts were enough for me to get mad at her. Oh, you mean the text between her and Dre? Yeah, yeah. And yeah, that would probably eat away at me because, but then you have to consider, like, I'm just trying to imagine. I can't even imagine. I don't know if it would make me more aware, if anything. But I think it happened 6 days before the incident when he texted her, so maybe she didn't have a chance to. Thank you, Nicole, new subscriber. Nicole Johnson. Nicole, were you one of my students? Your name you look familiar in there, but I can't really see it that good. But St. James says I'm kind of side eyeing Miss Robbie and those texts and that, yes, that burglary amount, baby, that probably was the amount probably kept going up for the purposes of the insurance. Thank you, baby girl, for welcoming Nicole. Even if she is innocent and naive, I would have told my family member to get the lie detector in the city where they feel safe. Yeah. But it seems like he was kind of running away from Mr. T. Like he honestly, and that's kind of eerie, right? To know that you feel a certain way about a person and then something like this happened, like you feel like this person who you love or who's supposed to love you, and you feel like, man, they're going to hurt me. You hear about that a lot when people say, if anything happens to me, such and such did it, right? And I think that's something that he said. Oh yes, Lena Dabina, Charles has been there. He's been there. In fact, I was just saying how Dale said outside the court he saw Charles talking with some of Dre's siblings, and um, Charles being Charles, late. He comes in late for court. Uh, what else they said about Charles? Oh, Charles got up and walked out when Mr. T admitted that he lied to Charles about, or like, or maybe Charles knew he was lying about when Charles asked him for money because his car being impounded, and Mr. T told Charles that, because Charles actually testified, right? Charles testified that, yeah, that he told him that he didn't have the money because of whatever. So Charles probably isn't feeling him. Charles probably knows that, if this man did that to his, I mean, because I'm your cousin, that's your brother's son. You know what I'm saying? That's like a little more connected to your line, your bloodline. Being a drama a drama queen with that walkout. You know how Charles is. I love me some Charles though. I said he probably is gonna do a write all, a tell all book or something after this. Um Nikki, yes, that would have been a better option. Yeah, that would have to tell him to come home. But see, if somebody's accusing you of something that you know you didn't do, and then it hurts. It would hurt me to think, for my grandmother to think that I stole from her. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I know you have a kid like that who I know and you should know, and everybody else probably knows that he probably had something to do with it. She could have told Dre to take the test where he lived and send them to him. Yeah. Well, it was some questions about the test. Like I heard that he took the test, he passed it, or he took it the first time and didn't pass it because he was under the influence, and then he took the test again and passed it. So I don't know. They really didn't. I didn't really get the fact about that. Rita says Charles knows he is the only one that talks with the family. Yeah, he is definitely in the mix with the family. It just saddens me because all I keep thinking is because they did bring out in court that Mr. T had taken out a policy on Charles and about 5 other employees or something. Yeah, he just was taking policies out on everybody. Just taking out policies everywhere. Um, Now, shoot, I would have been scared of my kid if I was Janae. They wouldn't test Dre the first time because he was under the influence. Okay, right. So they didn't even test him the first time, did he? Must have admitted that, and they probably asked him if he took something. Oh, these people, I need them to come on. Yeah. So, so put in the chat if you think, and this is not what you want, but what do you feel based on the evidence, based on everything that was presented, based on the makeup of the jury? The jury is a peer of um I believe there's, what did I say, 9 women, 6 men, I think I said, 1 Asian, 1 Indian, and all the rest Caucasian. I don't know their ages. What do you think that is going to come out of this? Do you think it's going to be a guilty or not guilty? Not what you want, but what do you feel they're going to come back with? Do you feel that they're going to come back with a guilty or a not guilty? Or a hung? What do you think? What are you feeling? Based on the evidence, I think Tim is going to walk. Based on the fact that the jury is continuing to deliberate, I think Tim is going to walk. Wow. You do. Oh, can you imagine? St. James says guilty on only 2 of the charges. Now, I kind of agree with you, St. James, because they were saying that the wire fraud or whatever, something with the fraud of the wiring of the insurance policies, um, that part, because anybody could, that part he might get off on. Miss OKC says guilty. Jada too cute. For the text they requested to see scares me that it might be hung. Oh, okay. Because they want to see those texts again. No More Drama says hung. Raquel says, I don't think he'll walk. So you think it'll be a guilty? Okay. The Dreber agrees with SB. SB says a hung jury, all the signs are there. Really? Winter Heat says, I'm so sorry. I don't think the state proved their case. Wow. So you think the defense did, or you just think that the state could have done better? Guilty, 5 insurance policies. Come on, man. T-Boat. I don't think he'll get off. Chanel 50. Judy Williams says, I hope and pray Tim is found guilty, because if he gets off, rich people will continue to think they can get off on anything and everything. Now, that's true, Judy, because his attorneys are like top notch. His attorney has a reputation of wins. He's from Chicago. I want to say he represented R. Kelly at one point. Yeah, so yeah, they will. They'll think, oh, I have money. And they already, a lot of rich people already feel that way, Judy. Nikki, I hope that they are silent on everything except wire fraud, and that's why they are, I was reading something, and that's why, where is it? They are taking so long. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's probably more like what might happen on Nikki. Judy Williams says guilty. UB is the truth. Is I don't think he will walk, but he may not be found guilty on everything. Rena says not guilty. Jada says text where Dre thanks him. Yeah. Because if you don't know the situation, then he would come across as that uncle who was looking out, right? Lena Dabina, guilty verdict. I feel they will make the right decision. Uh, Queen Black, I know that man doesn't belong on the streets. Queen Black, and no family reunions and no holidays, nothing. Winter Heat, the state could have done better. The Dreamer, the state didn't provide beyond a reasonable doubt. And the Dreamer, that is it, and that is all, because that's all they have to not do for him to walk. And that's what the scary part is. Because if there is no reasonable doubt, yeah, you're right. Jada, too cute. Hopefully, they are drawing the lines and seeing how absolutely evil Tim is. Yeah, I hope Jada, too cute. St. James, if he gets off, the family will be tore up even more, and that's sad. That is true. Because at least if he is found guilty, the family may be able to mend uh, because they can't really be angry at the other side of the family. I don't know. Mrs. Parker, I believe they have more questions because not all the charges will stick. But the most important charge, he will not get off. I strongly believe that. That could be possible too. This isn't a state case. UB is the truth. So you're saying that the state, you don't think that the government, right? This is a government case. The government. Um, Karma will get him if he walks. Oh, that Karma! I believe Karma's already eating at him. Look at him. His soul. Look, you can look in his eyes and see that there's no soul, and that's in my opinion, allegedly. I think the prosecution should have shown more evidence. Example, like the text between Dre and his grandmother. That's what I was saying. I'm like, but apparently they've seen it. They just didn't. Maybe we just didn't hear about it. I don't know, because it seems like if they're looking at all the text and they subpoenaed the phone records, they have to have seen that. SB says not what the defense did, the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not meant, and they can't take Tim's past into account. Exactly. Even though they tried to slip and give bad uh, impressions of Dre. And do you really believe that they don't know anything? Do you really believe when people are jurors, they follow the rules and they don't look and they don't search? I know they can get in trouble for it, but do you really believe that all of them? Um, Miss Sunshine to you says, I hope so. The Dreamer said the state didn't prove. Ashlyn Moore says, I think the state, and we do understand that when people say the state, they mean the government. Um, I think the state could have pointed out more stuff, but I think he will be found guilty. That's what Ashley Moore says. SB says, I think one of the jurors have been bought. I heard that. I heard that somewhere last night too. SB. I mean, all obviously it's speculation in our opinion. Uh, but I did hear something like that. Like, I mean, you never know. It's peers, right? That means we live within the vicinity of one another. Uh, A. Fontino says too many missed opportunities by the prosecution. So much more evidence could have been presented. That's true. Right, Jada, too cute. Federal. Um, Judy Williams, hopefully guilty, because if I was a family member, I would never trust Mr. T. Once a K, always a K. Judy, I love it. And I'm telling you, I would be scared. I'm telling you, I would be like, And we all, I hate to say it, but a lot of us have, I'm not going to say we all, but a lot of us have a relative that we don't want coming by our house. And I know I have had one or two who, in my lifetime, who somebody's giving them my address in the family, and they want you to write them in prison and all that. Girl, I'd be like, I don't know if I can trust you. But yeah. Um, Ashlyn says, let's keep good thoughts. I think he's going to be guilty. He can't walk because everybody knows the truth. Yeah. But you know what, Ashlyn, that's how I felt with the Trayvon Martin case. I like I said, it broke my heart because there was so much evidence, like the fact that the guy, the police informed Zimmerman to leave the kid alone, that because he wasn't a police officer. And I mean, man, I just knew it. I just knew he was going to be found guilty, and he wasn't, and that broke a lot of people's hearts. Um, Rachel says, I am confused. If this is a federal case, why is everyone saying the state did not present a good case? That's what I was saying, Rochelle. People reference it as the state, but it really was the government. So it was a federal case. Um, it's just a term that people are using. But yeah, it is the feds, it is the government. And that's why the FBI were testifying and things like that. So yeah, so I get you. You're right. Tiani Yvonne, hey, good morning. Kathy Fields, outcome I'm hoping for is guilty. I'm not sure if it will be a hung jury. I just hope it's not like a mistrial or whatever. Mrs. Parker says they saw the text, it was documented, and that is true. Exactly. If they subpoenaed those records, something like that has to be in there. If he said that, if he indeed texted his grandmother that, you better believe they are looking at that. Queen Black says yes, Karma is the baddest chick around. Oh, I like that, Queen Black. I'm gonna have to use that. Karma is the baddest chick around. I'm gonna have to put that on a t-shirt. No, I'm joking. Veronica says, hello, my opinion only. It may be a hung jury after yesterday's jurors stayed till 6 p.m. without a verdict or decision. But she says, Tim is guilty, justice for Andre. You might be right. And then it could be, sometimes there'll be like one person that they're trying to sway, but I would have thought, in my opinion, everybody would have went in there and said, here, guilty, 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 guilty. I mean, but that's us being hopeful. St. James says people lie to get picked for the jury. Some of them watch. Thank you, St. James. I believe that. I believe that because I've um I've never served on a jury, but I've gone to jury duty, and most people don't like me. I'm like, leave me alone. I don't have time to be sitting in the courthouse. So I haven't been picked yet for an actual jury, but I have attended, like, well, when you go and they for selection, and when they ask those questions, you could say anything. You're right. No, I've never watched it because you want to be on the show, or yes, I did watch it because you didn't want to be on the show. It goes either way. You're right. You're so right. There has to be a right. You're right. Um, T-Boat says, I wonder if he would try to claim the insurance money if he walks. He won't be able to, T-Boat, because it was a fraudulent claim. So he won't be able to. There were inconsistencies. There were like stuff that was wrong on it, and it was fraudulent in policy. So he won't ever see that 450,000. Nobody will, in fact. I mean, I don't know, like, no, it was fraudulent, so it's probably just wasted money because he had to have been paying on the policy. So, Nikki says you would have to live under a rock to not know anything about the case. 2 years ago, there was news about this trial. Exactly, Nikki, and especially if you are a jury of peers. So although they may not have lived in the area where the restaurants were, they lived in the state, nearby, surrounding cities or whatever. And that's why I'm like, and then the fact that grandma was and I get, you know, maybe not. I mean, I guess there are people because some people say that some people I know say they've never watched the show, and you would have had to be a fan of the show or watch the show to really know the dynamics of that family, to really know, like how each of them played, like what role each of them played. So there is a possibility, but to find 16 people who know absolutely in the same area, yeah, that's a little doubtful to me. And and he may try to use that as part of his appeal, but we'll see. Um, Tiani says, at Kathy Fields, I am really worried now because guilty verdicts come back really fast, like 1 hour or 2 hours. Yeah, that's true, Tiani, because unless there's convincing of somebody, but yeah, if everybody goes in there with the same, yeah, it would have been, and that's happened before where stuff has come back really fast. In fact, the, uh, the, which case was it that came back fast? I think it was the Foreman case. When the police officer, that man, oh my goodness, that's another soulless man. Um, let's see. Jada2Q says, I wish they could have proved who burglarized that home before this trial. And isn't that interesting that they had three? They said she had three PIs looking into it. The one retired said he left, and two people were still looking into it. But it was never solved. And the thing about that is, it was a security on the house. However, only three people knew the code. And one of them was the owner, and one of them was Mr. T, and the other was Andre. So go figure. Um, Miss Sunshine to you says exactly. They call me Gladys. Hey, they call me Gladys. How are you? Nikki S. I have a family member who never heard of Sweetie Pies. Really? And where do they live in St. Louis? They call me Gladys. But that's possible. I know I've heard people say. Actually, I was just talking to my husband's cousin last night, and she said she's never watched the show at all. She says, I kind of heard something. I may have heard it from you. I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. She says, I've heard people talk about, they would go there to eat or whatever. But yeah, she was clueless about it. So it is possible. Uh, Tiani says that Jada too cute. I agree. I wish they could have given Tim a lie detector for that one. That's true. That's true. And they may have. I mean, but that would have come out in court. I don't know. But apparently he wasn't accused. They only tried to put it off on Andre. Gabby Carter says, I wasn't at the trial, so I don't know everything that the government presented. I also know that every YouTuber reported things differently. Oh wow, Gabby, really? Well, I know yeah, I'll I don't know where they get their information, but like I said, that's why I give credit to where my information came from. Um and we'll see, because the documents will come out eventually where it will be public record. So we'll be able to see what actually happened. But yeah, I've seen pretty much the same. I've gone and checked like others, like what is her name? The celebrity news. I believe it was her. She does like a sum up of what happened, and her stuff. And like yesterday, there were only three of them there, from what I've heard was told, and it was Veil, Chronicle Speaks, and the Celebrity News. So they were all at the same trial. So maybe it's just depending on what they take from it, because it's an observation when you're sitting somewhere taking notes, just like me taking notes from Veil. It's just all in what you grab from it. Um, Mrs. Mommy Nate. Morning, everybody. I'm tuning in late. Sorry if I'm repeating a previously asked question, but is the jury? Yes, they are still deliberating, Miss Mommy Nate. They are in deliberations, and we're waiting. Hope I was hopeful that they will come out, and if they had come out, he would have said something by now. But yes, uh, let's see. Truck driver James, hi, how are you? How to Get Away, the TV show. Does it become a reality? You're saying it doesn't become a reality? What do you mean by that, truck driver? Gianni says, I hope Tim will be found guilty. There was so much evidence in this case and the Zimmerman case, too. Yes, Gianni, and that's what I was saying. Because it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but the case, the determination is based on something being proven by the prosecution without a reasonable doubt, one reasonable doubt. So you can have all the evidence, and that's the scary part in the world. And that's why, in my belief, there are a lot of people who are imprisoned who are innocent, and there are a lot of people who are on the street who are guilty. I really truly feel that way because we depend on the law to do its job, or the government, or whoever, the legal system, and without a reasonable doubt is the bottom line. Okay, he just texted something. Let's see. Day 2 deliberation update. Judge Ross resumed jury deliberations. We already had action before I could get the first text update typed out. Within 30 minutes, the jury had their first question of the day. The jury requested prepaid phone records, all between Travell Hill and Terica Ellis. So now the jury wants to see the burner phone records between Travell and Terica. Wow. Let me see. Where did I stop off? Gabby says the Martin case was different because it was a stand your ground case. You're right, Gabby. You're right. I forgot about that. It was Florida is a stand your ground state, but yeah, it's still one of those things. Yeah, Gabby, you're right. At They Call Me Gladys, do they live in St. Louis? Right, that's what I was asking. That's what Nikki is asking. The jury just asked for sale. Oh yeah, St. James. That's what I just said. You on it. You just now texted it to me. Yeah, Ashland. Right, you guys mean the government. I understood that. Oh, they do live in St. Louis, Nikki. They Call Me Gladys says that yeah, her family members in St. They don't know anything about them, and they live in St. Louis, so it is a possibility. Yeah, I could see that. Um, I don't know about all 16 of them, but yeah, I could see that. Jada Too Cute. It was hard for me to wrap my thoughts around Tim being a puppet master. I think Robin, a Mick, Mick and D, a McD, McDonald's on a bike has to be one of the most stupid crimes. Did he do that, Jada Too Cute? Allegedly, really? Robbed the McDonald's on a bike. Girl, I didn't hear about that one. Treese says it's day 8, meaning time will be in. It's day 8, meaning time will be in cuff forever, and it's his third strike. Not to mention, R. Kelly was just found guilty. Yes, but R. Kelly's case and Mr. T's case are different, but and two different states. And R. Kelly was found guilty on 6 of the counts, but there were like 7 counts that he was found not guilty on. He was primarily found guilty on the child pornography, and then there's another one I screenshotted. But yeah, you're right, Treese. Veronica, if Tim walks, it's going to be the same. It's going to be some scared people afraid. Girl, and that girl who was living in his live-in girlfriend. It says both sides agreed to provide the evidence to the jury, with the exception of the cell phone tower maps, because it would require an expert to fully understand the evidence. Oh, okay. So they didn't feel like the jurors won't understand the phone tower maps because they had an analyst come in to explain that. So, I mean, they should have the records. I mean, from the typed records stating what the analyst said. Maybe they can give them that. But yeah, so they need to quit playing. What? Quit playing. So they're trying to see the phone records between Travail and Terica. So what they're probably trying to find out is whether or not one of them mentioned anything about Mr. T, like telling them, because they both already admitted plead guilty. But is there any evidence showing? That's just my speculation that Mr. T was involved. That's what I'm just thinking. I don't know who is me. I'm not an attorney, a judge. I'm just a citizen. No. Gabby Carter says, so basically Travail, Terica, and the insurance dude all lied on Tim, and all that concrete evidence they have on Tim, the jurors would have to be crazy to find him not guilty. Yeah, that's true. Because why would they? Even if they did it on their own, if they've admitted it, why would they all three say put him in it, right? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. St. James says all he can get from that insurance claim is the premiums. You think they'll give him the premiums he paid and it was fraudulent? Yeah, he might be able to. And he probably was paying a pretty penny for $450,000 on a young African American man. He probably was paying a pretty penny. He really wanted that money. Hey, D Classic After Dark. If you guys aren't, I had some content creators in my chat. If you guys could go and follow them, I had Diva the Boss in here. I have D Classic After Dark. I don't know if any of you are content creators. I had Lucinda Speaks and I had Shonda's Thoughts. I don't know who else was there. Oh, he says, I've gotten nervous, y'all. Let's see. I've gotten nervous, y'all. I've been talking to some people, and the consensus is that the more notes the jury send, the better this is looking for Tim's team, because this means they are trying to resolve areas of reasonable doubt. Wow, please. Okay, Tiani says, I believe people living in St. Louis would have seen this case on the news over the years. Yeah, that's true. Unless they don't watch the news. I used to watch the news like faithfully, and then I stopped. But I'm in, like I said, in Chicago. You already know what's going to be on the news pretty much. Who is just a matter of who and where. Jasmine Randall, he won't walk. His co-defendants pleaded guilty, and they're connected to him by him. The feds did a good job. Tim messed up by taking the stand. Now that him taking the stand, I think did throw a curve in it one way or another. I don't think it was a good idea for him to do so. Judy Williams says, I wonder if Miss Robbie gave Miss Griggs any of the insurance money she received for Andre, and what was the amount of life. Okay, so I know I heard, I think I read it. I read it in an article. It's on, online. Some of this stuff is online that they're repeating from court. So even no matter who reports it, some of it is documented already. And I read that his mom had like a $50,000 policy on him. I don't recall how much Miss Robbie had on him, but that those two were not in question because they actually were, like it probably wasn't a $450,000 or $1 million. So $50 on your child is not questionable. Of course, your child wouldn't be questionable if it was 450,000. But yeah, that's true. D Classic said, "I love the show." I did too. D Classic. I was hurt when they went off air. I get mad when certain shows end, like say that they're going off. I'm like, why are you leaving? The Dreamer says, "Yes," at Ashland. Judy Williams, I enjoyed the. Oh, I enjoy your show. Oh, thank you, Judy. Thank you so much. Well, they got Al Capone for tax evasion. Oh yeah, well Uncle Sam, when it comes to his coins, he's gonna find a way to get you. Yeah, tax evasion. They'll probably get you quicker for that than they would for the herder. Yeah, baby, they want them coins. Jasmine Randall says, by the way, new subscriber. Welcome, Jasmine. Thank you so much. Welcome. SB said the OJ case that lasted. I remember that case, 3 months. The verdict came back in less than 2 hours. Yeah, was it only 3 months? Because I was on that case, baby. I think had I had my daughter? I think my daughter was a baby. Yeah, I remember that case, watching that white truck go across the highway. But yeah, it seemed like it was longer but yeah, 3 months probably is about right. But 2 hours, that's it, baby. But they said not guilty. So that wasn't even a guilty case. He had some, man, those attorneys. That man worked those attorneys so much that they couldn't even take it no more. If you realize his attorneys, a couple of them checked up out of here. I said he's going to stress those people out, but they got him off. And then he went back anyway for some time. Tree says, I wonder if he's going to act a fool when they tell him guilty of all counts. He's probably going to say, I didn't do it. Like he did, like Rail say he does. He's probably going to have an outburst and cry and stuff because then he knows, baby, no more fried chicken. Because I don't know if they have that in prison. Let's see. The fourth jury note just received. The jury requested the cell phone records analysis of the FBI agent. That's what I just said. The FBI special agent who analyzed the phone records of all parties involved with the cell phone tower data. Right. That's what I was saying. They had an analyst there. All he do is get his records. So now they're about to give that to the jury. Jada 2Q says at Jada Williams, Miss Griggs had her own policy, right, for $50,000, right? Miss Robbie and Tim paid for the funeral. That's true. Well, Miss Robbie paid for the funeral, but that's true. Charles Nelson says, why would he take the test if the police department cleared him after the investigation? And my question is, did Miss Robbie have cameras before the break-in? That's true, because if I had $1 million worth of anything in my house, you think I'm not going to have cameras? Because I'm going to be wondering, I don't know if I would trust my kids, my husband, the dog. You know what I'm saying? I would have a camera. Come on now. That doesn't even add up. You should be able, but the thing is, if it was inside, they know how to turn the camera off. So that could have been the case too. Jada Too Cute at Charles Nelson, he was cleared by the county and the city, but Miss Robbie she hired a private investigator. She sure did, Jada. Tiani says Vales is accurate because he is there live reporting and taking detail. Baby, Vale takes detailed notes. That's why I'm like, I hear, people say whatever, but Vale knows what color toenail polish Miss Robbie had on yesterday. She had on pink toenail polish. Not yesterday, day before yesterday. Pink toenail polish. He knows what color shoes she had on. He knows every detail. He knows when somebody nodded, when they yawned. So yeah, his notes are very detailed. Ad Love says the longer the deliberation, usually there will be a not guilty verdict. God's vindication for Andre in Jesus' name. Yes, amen. Larissa says Vale gives very detailed. Yes, he does, Larissa. I love me some Vale, honey. And he's from the shop. Jada Too Cute at Charlie Nelson. It was also said that the tests were inconclusive. Oh, okay. And that's probably because of him being under the influence, maybe. I don't know how I feel about these lie detector tests anyway, because I really believe that I would like to take one just to see, because I really feel like what you're thinking, your thoughts, like me, I could never be hypnotized. One time somebody I tried to be, I can't, because I'm a person who will fight it. I don't know. I don't know about that. I would love to do one just to see if it comes out right. Um, I'm surprised they don't sell them in the stores. No, I'm joking. Oh, wait. He says Judge Ross, with the agreement, wait a minute, with the agreement of both counsels, agreed to respond with a note reading that evidence was demonstrative, meaning objects, pictures, models, and other devices used in the trial or hearing to demonstrate or explain facts that the party is trying to prove. Therefore, it was not entered into evidence. Hmm. Judge Ross, with agreement of both counsels, agreed to respond with a note reading that evidence was demonstrative, meaning objects, pictures, models, and other devices used in a trial or hearing to demonstrate or explain facts that the party is trying to prove. Therefore, it was not entered as evidence. So are they saying that those phones? I don't know what that means. That one right there, I'm a little confused. Now I'm gonna have to ask him what does that mean. I'm gonna say, what does that mean? What does? Hold on. What does that mean? Cause baby, I don't know what that meant. Um, Charles Nelson. It was said. Okay. Tiani says that Larissa Bell gives the details down to Miss Robbie's fingernail polish. I know that's right. The root of her hair. He was like, she has blonde hair with black roots, and he was trying to tell us the material of the pinstripe suit that she had on, and her makeup. He was like, her face was beat. Baby, he is on it. Tiani says, I agree with you. It depends on the law. Kathy Fields, update from Dale. Charles, I think he's guilty. The text messages implicated him. It's over. It's over. Case closed. But Miss Robbie could have paid us that money, because that lawyer was like, he had money. Why would he do that? LOL. I can't with them. Right. Like, man, you had money. All you had to do was fry some more chicken. You had to go through all this. You say you're making $60,000 a week from one restaurant, and you're taking out a $450,000 policy on your nephew's head. Come on now, does that make it make sense? And you have two or three restaurants in different states. $60,000 from each restaurant per week. Something is just not adding up. I know that's right. Um, Tiani says, yes, this is a great update. This is excellent. The jury is looking over the burner phone records. Yes. Tiani says, yes, Tim robbed the McDonald's allegedly on a bike when he was 17. That's what he went to prison for 10 and a half years. Girl, for McDonald's. That's like robbing a dollar store. Girl, 10 and a half years for McDonald's. What did he go for? Some food for those hips. Um, Charles Nelson says, let's be real. This is the Fed's 95 conviction rate, 95% conviction rate. The facts is the feds charge you off conspiracy without any proof, even in a drug case. All it takes is 5 people to say you're the guy. That's true. When it comes to the feds, baby, we've seen people go down for a McDonald's longer than they go down for the Erder. So you're right. You're so right. Veronica said, yeah, I heard McDonald's and a drive-through at that. the drive-through. Really, Eva Suarez says YT. Eva, I don't know what that means. You too. Shay Lopez says, but Terica Travail were only in communication because of Tim. Yeah, that's true. Although with her being a local, I mean, I don't know this. I'm just thinking there could have been a possibility for him to know her from the bar. I mean, but no, she didn't grow up with them or anything like that. Not like the relationship that he would have had with Dre, growing up in the area, or Dre being there in the summers, right? Because Terica wasn't, she didn't, she didn't live there. She worked there. I don't know if she was resident there at some time. Stacy says the feds did a really good job. Yeah, they were just, to me, they were to the point. I mean, they didn't have the fluffiness. They just stated the facts, and that's what it's all about. The facts, all that fluffiness, all that trying to play games and underhanded stuff. The jury, but the thing is, it's not like the jury does this for a living. So I would have looked at it as, why are you playing? You know what I'm saying? What types of games you're trying to play? Trying to make me, manipulate me. I would have felt offended by some of the tactics that the defense did. Um, True at Ad Love said the Dreamer. Lucinda Speaks. I love the show, Swag. This is great content. Thank you. You guys go and follow Lucinda Speaks TV. Um, Diva the Boss, Shonda Starts, the Classic, and if any of you have channels, if you all are content creators, you can put your link in the chat. I don't mind. Sassy Frass 702 says the judge rushed this case and denied a lot of testimony. He and the feds acted like this was a slam dunk, and we don't need to hash out much. Yeah, that's true. The judge acted like he was gonna make the decision. Like, man, come on, we don't have all day. Let's do this. That's how he acted, like he knew it was gonna be a slam dunk. I agree with that, Sassy. Melanie says St. Louis news is very censored, and there is practically no national news coverage really since George Floyd. I'm from St. Louis, got out years ago. Wow, really? Yeah, because that George Floyd case brought a lot of attention in those streets. You're right. Wow. So now they don't do a lot of national. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. My vice president is scheduling a meeting. It better be on Teams because I'm not going in. Let's see. Updates to the meeting. Why doesn't it say? I guess it's going to be a calling. Anyway, I'll look at that later. Look at me. That's work. I'm like, that's the school. Like, yeah, I'll look at that later. But I'm sorry. So they're censored. Wow, they don't cover national news. Wow. I guess they say keep that stuff. They don't want all that attention. Veronica says evidence between Tim and Wiley. Oh yeah, Wiley, insurance agent. He told Tim to be Andre over. Right, he had him impersonating Dre, and sent him the personal. Oh, so the information that he this is a dumb criminal. So I know that he did provide the information that Tim didn't know, like he didn't know his date of birth, which who doesn't know? I know my nieces and nephews. Well, not all of them. I'm not gonna lie, but date of birth he didn't know. Information, pertinent information. So he sent this all in the text and messages and 5 different insurance companies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why do you keep asking for all this stuff? You guys have enough stuff in there. Make that decision. I guess we do have to take this serious because We do have to take this serious, but come on now, they have enough evidence. Rachel says, I live in St. Louis. They give very little coverage on the case. Oh, and the original crime. This is still a very segregated city, and you really see it on this. You really see it on the news. See this on the news. Really? So that's why the jury is composed the way it is, Rachel, huh? Is that why? Because I feel like I guess the minority portion of the, and I don't like using the word minority because I'm a majority, but but the minority portion of the selection was, I guess they used the Asian and the Indian. Right. That is some, wow, I didn't realize St. Louis was like that. Well, probably all these cities, because Chicago got its segregation problems too. African American issues, crimes, etc., not heavily covered, if covered at all. Wow, even in St. Louis, it's not covered, Rachel. Because baby, in Chicago, you can guarantee, I would, you can bet that when you turn that TV on, you're gonna see something about Pookie and who Pookie did something to. Ashley Moore says, right? Why didn't she have cameras? I believe if she did have them, they used a code to get in the house. There was no forced entry, so that shows you that it was somebody who, it was an inside job. Judy Williams say Tim thinks he's a good actor. You know what? He does think that, but that's that narcissist personality that he has. And he is a. They say he's a really great writer, which he did write the script for the show. So, but yeah, the acting part, boo, that breaking down at the wrong times. When is the verdict coming in? What is the YT? You know, I'm a little. Anyway, apartments available, New York City. Says, oh, the verdict, we're waiting for it. They're deliberating as we speak. Apartments available. They are deliberating as we speak. Marky 100. Okay, I get 99 texts from Vail. Oh, okay, I get 99 texts from Vail a day. LOL. Right, Marky? I'm gonna send him. I'm gonna send him something because, yeah, he rents an Airbnb when he goes there. He travels there from Chicago and stays there the week. And he doesn't have to do this. Obviously, it is his, for his channel, and he does have, a lot of followers, especially as a result of of the cases. But he doesn't have to do that because it couldn't be me. I didn't even want to go downtown to R. Kelly's case, and I live in Illinois. Um, I love Bill, Jasmine Randall. They call me Gladys says yes. Kathy Fields update, yeah, update. Um, Nikki, how does Vel write so fast to get so many notes? She says, LOL, I love his videos. I know, and he's like, I scribbled that. Why did I write that? Because he's trying to take notes so fast because they won't let them they can't use the certain devices, I guess. But yeah, he's on it, man. He is on it. Ashley Moore, what's the eyeballs for, girl? Oh, she's like probably saying, "Come on now, what are you guys? Why are you guys taking so long?" Yeah, I love his videos too, Nikki. I love when he does the impersonations of Terica. He's like, Tim. I can't even do it like him. He mocks them. He is so funny. Veronica Vale tickled me, Mark and Tim's outburst. I didn't do it. Yeah, he does that. He is so funny. Um, Lucinda Speaks says, TV says, if you have an evaluated heartbeat, can you pass? Oh, an elevated heartbeat, can you pass the lie detector test? Hi. You know what? That's what I was saying. I mean, you have to take into consideration that a person is nervous. Um, and I'm thinking the brain pattern. I mean, I don't know, but that is something I need to, I like to research stuff. I may need to look at that and see what determines it because it's not admissible in a lot of states, in a lot of courts. They won't even use it as evidence. But I mean, yeah, that's something to think of. An elevated heartbeat. Or, I mean, because your mind is so, powerful. I don't know. Some people probably know how to go and take the test and pass it, and they're lying. I believe that. It's almost like standardized tests. If you can guess well, you can pass. It's not necessarily what you know. That's how I feel about standardized testing. Um, Jasmine says if he walks, then it wouldn't be fair for Terica and YL or Travail. You're right, Jasmine. But that's what they took. That's the chance you take for not taking a plea. You have a jury to decide. Where if you take a plea, you say, "Yeah, I did it," and you give them a little something to help them find if there was somebody else involved. You give them a little something and help them, and then they'll give you a little less time. It's like a bargaining. Oh, Melanie says that's not good. Oh, you talking about the update from Vail? I know, right? Ashlyn says I'm confused by that. I am too. And I texted him, but I know he's probably getting a million text messages. Everybody probably saying the same thing. What does that mean? So what he'll probably do is come back and give us a meaning of that. Mrs. Mommy Nate said, "All shucks." YL should 11 007 says YL should have been found and made to testify. He has information that is needed for the conviction. Shaking my head. Yeah, but for some reason, I guess it wasn't. They said that they didn't subpoena him in time or something. They can't even find him, man. Hopefully, he's okay. Because some people can't handle the thought of being confined or in jail, like Epstein. Melanie Keller says that means they're leaving out evidence they feel the jurors don't understand. Oh, yeah, I kind of got that from it. But well, that was before they had. But when they had the analyst report, then that would have helped them understand it. Well, they need to stop asking for something. Then. Asking for stuff. No. Ashton said okay. Tammy Williams said greed. Yeah, it wasn't enough money. He's the one who said you can become a millionaire frying chicken. So why are you doing stuff like this? Healthier Me with Z says they have to use their notes of what was explained and demonstrated by the special agent. Okay, that makes sense. Judy Williams says Tim had money when he robbed McDonald's. Yeah, that's true because his mom was had money, right? From the IKEA and stuff and her own stuff. He just has a problem then. Man, you robbing a McDonald's. The Dreamer said, in the George Zimmerman's case, they left out that he and his wife argued before him and really before it happened. So he was already angry. Now, how was that left out? Wow. And the sad part is that once you're acquitted, they can't try you again. Wow, that's crazy. Sheree Williams. We have enough crazy people out in these streets as it is. We need Tim locked up. Right. There should be a protest. Lock him up. No. And the George Zimmer. Okay. Oh, okay. You just said it twice. Sheree says, I believe that YL and Travell were threatened by Tim and his goons. Why didn't YL plead the fifth from the start? I think it's only certain situations where you can plead the fifth. Like this guy who pled the fifth on this case, it wasn't his case. I don't know. It's something about that. I don't really. Don't get me to lying. But yeah, you're right. Mrs. Parker said Missouri. She says Missouri is the Klan capital. Lord. Patricia Black says 4 notes today. I am nervous as hell. Exactly. Come on now. It's 11 o'clock. The judge is going to want to go eat soon. Brazilian Dawn says, I believe the prosecution was overly confident, and this may, yeah, that could be possible. I could see that. And that may not, and this may not side with them. It's as if this was a joke to them. I'm very angry that this isn't being covered nationally. He's guilty. Right, Brazilian. I feel like it should have been publicized. I believe it should have been aired on air, even though it doesn't necessarily, it's not supposed to necessarily affect the jurors, but yeah, I feel like it should have got more attention. Lucinda said he will have a lot of time to write now. If he gets if he's found guilty, he could write a whole lot of scripts. He could work for lifetime on the side. Melanie Keller says Missouri is the compromise state. Deep history of slavery, yet is beautiful, and 5 billionaires live there. We are being eliminated. Wow, really? Wow. Shar says, Patricia Black, me too. The thought of Tim getting away with it makes my stomach hurt. Yes. St. James says, the YT comes up on your end when people put the YouTube emoji in the chat. It's a glitch they need to fix. Oh, I didn't even know YouTube had an emoji. Mrs. Parker said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. That man blurted that out the blues. Something not, that show that he might have been trying to get them to say something, which something is wrong with them. Did they ever found YL? No, they haven't found him yet. They haven't found him yet. I just blocked that dating site. We don't need you over here. I don't know. One of my moderators was in here, but it's early in the morning. We usually come on later, and so they're at work. But yeah, they didn't find him. Yeah, St. James, you're right. These people. Well, I got rid of the little daters. Who they think they're gonna bounce around, try to like somebody's really gonna? Well, maybe somebody is clicking on. Melanie says, watch the Cutlers. The FM frequency is deleted from your voice when you lie, according to their polygraph testers. Oh, it's a show called The Cutlers. Watch The Cutlers. Wow. So it's something with. Oh wow, it's something that your voice does when you lie. Wow, that is interesting. I could see that. It's got something to do with your brain. Brazilian Dawn says yes, you can fool a lie detector test, but it's usually someone who is psychologically ill. They monitor your heart rate and voice tone. That makes sense. So the psychologically ill person can fool the oh my goodness. They can fool the lie detector test. Wow. James Tippins says, repent and believe the gospel. Come to Christ and be saved. Thank you, James. Tim is dummy Lamont. You big dummy, yeah. Rebecca says Tim should be on World's Dumbest Criminals for the burner and regular cell phones hitting the same. Right. They say he had 3 cell phones hitting the same tower in St. Louis, and the same 3 phones hitting the tower in LA. Right, dummy. But he didn't think, I don't think he knew that the burner phones could be traced. Rebecca Cruz says Tim should be, or Oh yeah, that's what I just read. Then H, I would think that being under the influence of a mind or mood altering drug is a no go with the lie detector, and we wouldn't have had this the heart racing. If anything, it would have calmed them down. You would think the weed should have calmed them down, but I guess because of I guess they just don't want anything in your system. Probably not alcohol either. Uh, Spinning Spark says, I have a suspicion that some other crimes will be uncovered, like the items missing from that burglary at the house. Yeah, that's true. Because if they find out he probably had some people with him, and people talk. That's one of the easiest giveaways is people don't know how to be quiet. I know when they did the riot, every now and then they haven't done them lately, but when something big happens and they do rioting in Chicago, and years ago, I'm trying to think what was it, the Bulls one, I think. Yeah, because I was living in the city, I think, and my cousin, like I said, we all have pookies, and some of us, I'm not gonna say everybody, but some of us have pookies too. We love them. Went to one of the riots and I guess stole a TV or something, and then went back to get another one, and that's when he was caught. Like, really, greed. But yeah, you're right. So it may end up making them find other things. Federal cases can't right. They can't air federal cases. I know. I was just saying I wish they could. I was saying I would. You guys, it's early for me. I'm usually on later. I usually ready to take a nap. No. Let's see. Rebecca says, hope we get the verdict today. YL was going to plead the fifth. That is why they did not bring him to testify. Well, they brought that other cuckoo in there saying, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. But yeah, they said they couldn't find him. Raven, Blackshear, hi Raven, says, I have a feeling this is not going to end well. We need justice for Andre. I am going to be so mad. Hey Shelly, you guys see S. Hutchison, the Green Sector? Go and follow Shelly if you haven't done so already. S. Hutchison in the Green section. If anybody is in here who has a page, you can drop your link. Raisha says, if they haven't found him guilty yet, I don't know what's going on, but I just don't see it happening. I don't know. I think they're getting to. I believe today is going to be it. I mean, they're asking for all this evidence and stuff right now. Hopefully, today will be it. KB said, S. Hutchison, Green Sector says, hello, swag found in chat room. Hey, Shelly. KB says, hopefully they find him and his hips guilty today. Girl, they say that those hips have gone down. I don't think they had that type of food in prison. That fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, greens, sweet potatoes, candy yams. Nah, I think they say he's lost weight. The childbearing hips have gone down. That's what I was told. The dreamer said the jury must be deadlocked. Yeah, something is going on for them to keep requesting stuff, dreamer. Dan H says YL is probably back. Oh, then say YL might be back in Israel. I wouldn't be shocked. They better have taken YL's passport. He drove to Israel. Sheree Williams says, if I was a family member of Tim, I would be scared. Yes. If he gets off, I really think that he is. I think if they find him guilty. Oh, you say you really think he will get off? If they find him guilty of anything, it would be insurance fraud. But Lord knows, I hope I'm wrong. Yeah. Yes, I know at least 3 counts, I think. Charles Nelson says, I mean to the judge's defense, this case has been on hold for a very long time with the pandemic, yes, and everything. He probably is over it. Like we got the evidence. That's true, Charles. Because this judge is like, look, I don't have time. Come on, let's get this done. He probably would have done it in a day if he could have. But yeah, he was like, this is not going to take long. Veronica says Terica, Travail, and Wiley didn't plead guilty until seeing the evidence. I was trying to see if I got a text. Until seeing the evidence um, from the state and the feds using against them in court allegedly. Oh yeah, if you bring out some evidence, that I would have. Yeah, right. If I can save 10 years off my whatever, yes, I would have done that too. They're like, okay, look, I did it. You get, as you see right here, I did it. But what can you do for me? Because baby, um, J Hit says you think the U.S. should have charged him with revenge to end Andre's life for the burglary of Miss Robbie instead of saying he ended it for the funds. Oh, you're saying um um I think because of the amount of the insurance policy, $450,000 is a lot of money to have on a 24-year old, even though you feel like he's in a rough area or whatever. Um, had he done it because of the burglary, he probably wouldn't have had the life insurance policy. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. You're saying if they had done a different approach. I get that. Martina Elliott, this is so sad. Read, yes. Good morning, Zandria Mayweather. Rebecca Cruz says this better end well. It better. We hope so. You guys, can you make sure you hit the like? And if you haven't done so already, please subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if you have the capability, could you please share this live? Thank you. Miss MJ said, y'all, he got a whole white jury. You do the math. Well, there's an Asian and an Indian on there as well. But yeah, they're probably like just throw him away. Zandria Mayweather. Well, even though he has an all-white jury, though they're not. I mean, they're trying to do something because if they were all to say guilty, it would be over. So somebody's questioning something. That's the scary part. Zandria Mayweather says justice for Andre. Veronica says white boy Chris pled the fifth, but the jury wasn't in the courtroom to hear him pleading the fifth. Right, and that's why I think they did that off the record, sort of, because they knew that. I think his attorney already had told them that he was going to plead the fifth. Yeah. Martina said they say he lost weight. If he got off, he will eat a 600-pound hog. Girl, he gonna go to Sweetie Boy. Gonna get him a plate. Yeah, they say he's lost a lot of weight. Valerie Curto says he knows that he's going down. I don't know. Narcissists don't think that anything will happen to them. They are the experts and they know what they're doing. In his mind, he probably thinks he's going to be off. Because they said yesterday he was like grinning and smiling and waving and stuff that I didn't even think they let you do in court. But yeah. Rebecca Cruz says YL has permission to work out of state. Oh, that's weird. Valerie Curto, I don't feel bad for him. My question is, did he have his mom's house robbed? I don't know. That's the thing. According to what was told, there was no forced entry. So that means that, and according to what I read on the article, was that Miss Robbie said that the only other two people who knew the code were those two, him and Dre. So I don't know. 1107 says, I think he will be found not guilty. Defense was not successful planting reasonable doubt. And that's the scary part because that's it. Miss MJ, supposedly Miss Robbie was robbed of $200,000 and he owed MX over $200,000. That 450 insurance policy will take care of that. Miss MJ, do you really think he was gonna give her the $200,000? You really think he was gonna give her that for what was missing? She had a homeowners, I'm quite sure, homeowners insurance. They would have covered. I'm quite sure they covered a lot of her losses if it was proven. Yeah, so maybe they covered it. Judy says, Miss Robbie better pray for Tim to stay in jail or prison. I hope they hurry and find him guilty. If I was her, I would. I'd be like, keep him. No. But that's her baby. A big baby. Um you St. James says Tim's attorney is unfortunately really strategic and smart. Yes, and he has a reputation of winning. So that is true. And they paid a lot of money for him and his team. So Martina says God will be the judge. Yes, he will. Eternally, he will. Melanie says this case is only black famous. Ah, that makes sense, Melanie. The jurors don't know or care. Most Missouri cases have the same makeup. Ah, okay. So yeah, this. You might be right. You might be on to something. Miss MJ says nope. I don't think he would give her anything. He is giving diabolical vibes. Child, I can't see him giving them anything, giving her a dime. She didn't even know about that policy. I wonder if she knows that he had one on her, allegedly, in my opinion. Charles Nelson says Tim is in for the long ride, boss life. You're going to eat your cornbread. Eat the cornbread, anime. Oh, yeah. Wow. Charles says, not more. No, he might not be getting a soul food plate, and I don't even know. I don't know. Do they let you bring a plate to him? He probably missed that chicken. Melanie says she was, yeah, supposedly it was $1 million. It started off at 200. Now the article I read before this trial was that it was $200,000 plus, some of her stuff. Well, as of yesterday, the insurance, no, the private eye says that he was told it was $1 million. So I don't know. Oh, okay, Charles. Martina said, from what I heard, Miss Robbie said it was $1 million. IRS, girl, don't you know? People not that smart. IRS will be looking for you. People are not that smart. That's the same thing I said with the PPP loans. Do you think the government is not going to be monitoring, first of all, your business schedule? See, you never filed a business in your life on your taxes, but this year you had a business that made over $99,000 that you so happen to file. And then are you going to file that next year? Because when you make money off a business, unless you have a lot of write-offs, that's going to cause you to uh, have a balance to pay, meaning not a refund. Like, do you guys really think that these people are that slow? And that's why they were saying that Travail has a PPP loan case. I got to look into that because I didn't know that people were actually going to court for that. And I had a legitimate business and didn't even get bothered with it because you know why? Because I'm not telling them I'm making. I'm not going to tell them the people that I'm making $99,000 on a business to get $20,000 and then get taxed on 99. Really? Nah, it's not that bright. It was a setup. That's what I think. Um, but yeah, IRS is definitely going to be knocking. Like, ma'am, you just told us about the chicken. You did not tell us about the $1 million that was in your house. Sexy Red, this case should have been live. It's a lot of questions in this live that should have been asked at the trial. Exactly, Sexy Red. And who are we? But we have questions. America wants to know. But yeah, but like they said, that federal cases are not publicized, and I don't know why, because those are the ones we need to hear about. Really. Um, St. James says, and Martina Elliott, IRS goes to trials like this and sits right in the audience, and I believe that one of Uncle Sam's cousins is there taking notes. Okay, $1 million, huh? Okay. And when this is over, you'll receive your letter saying that we need to audit your taxes. And the fact that you admitted that, or this dude sat up here and admitted that he's keeping money that's not accounted for. He's taking 10,000 off of 60 and passing it around, 20,000 here, 30,000 here, of money that probably hasn't been reported, but you're filing that you have employees and that you're paying your employees, but are you really telling us how much? You get these people all in your business, and that's something you don't want to do. Melanie Keller, older Black Americans do not trust banks, and I believe that because my grandmother is one of them, and she's 93, but she does utilize a bank, but she is one who believes that, yeah, that they don't trust the bank, the money in the bank. We have a bad history with them too. Tim was walking around with duffel bags of money. And then people already know that you got a little change. People know you're probably driving these fancy cars. They know, I'm talking about us, our cousins, Pookie and them. They know that you got some change. And you walking around with a duffel bag full of money. I'm surprised that nothing has. But then he did have a bodyguard. So maybe that helped. It's Me said, does anyone know the exact charges Tim is facing? I don't know. I had them. I know one is wire fraud. Um, I think insurance fraud, and I don't know if it's like what they call the one where you hire somebody. I'm not sure, but it's all public. Not you that part you can Google and it'll tell you exactly what charges. Unless somebody in here knows and probably put it down. I can look it up for you. St. James says, talking about all that money at home and in safes. Right, St. James? Who does that? But see, the thing is, right at that moment, you're trying to find anything that makes you look viable. And you're not thinking about the damage you're doing. The last thing, they don't even, actually, it's not even safe. I mean, it's not even legal to keep cash in a safe deposit box. Not at a bank. That they don't allow that anymore. Even though people do it, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, they don't want you keeping money. They tell you that you can't have money in there. Kim Wilson says, "Erder for hire, erder for hire." Okay, I'm not saying the M word, but yeah. Oh, that's the other. That's the other. That is the other. Who was that? Asked for it. Other charge. It's me. So that for hire and wire fraud and I think insurance fraud or something. Allegedly, in my opinion. ML Foxwork says, I'm a new subscriber, but I don't know your name. I subscribed yesterday. I did not get a notification that you were on live. Okay, ML Foxwork is Swag Found. And so what you would need to do is when you go to where you subscribe, there's a bell. You have to click that bell and click all so you'll get alerted. And sometimes you may have to unsubscribe and subscribe again. That bell will pop up. Click on that little bell and you will see it'll say click on all so that you'll get an alert. I'm sorry. It's me says he may get off on wire fraud, but he's not getting off on the hire for the M word. Right. Um. Yeah. We got our fingers. Well, we hope so. We hope so. Sierra. So ML, did you understand that? Yeah. You just click on that bell. Thank you, ma'am. Sierra says, hopefully he's lied his way into a conviction. Big hip tail self. Childbearing hip tail self. Right. Sierra. Right. Ooh, I can't believe it. St. James says any cash over $10,000 deposited in a bank has to be accounted for and documented for IRS purposes. Right, but he was saying, St. James, he was saying that he would take 10 grand off of the 60 when they asked him the question. When he goes around and collects the money from the restaurants, he said he was getting 60 grand from one restaurant a week at just one restaurant. So he goes and he'll take 10,000 off that 60, 10,000 off that next 60, and he said that he would give money to close friends or family members to hold for him so that he has money in different people holding it just in case one person lost it, they wouldn't lose it all, stuff like that. But right, you admitting that under oath? Huh, that's money you're not accounting. You're not depositing it into a bank and you made it in a business. Not that smart. Uh, but right, St. James, if it was deposited like it should be. Kim Wilson says, let's just say red drum. Redrum. Oh, oh, backwards. You're so smart, Kim Wilson. He committed red drum. That makes sense. Thank you, Kim. ML Foxwork says, okay. Oh, okay. ML, did you figured it out? Kim Wilson said he do have some hips, girl. And I don't know. It's peculiar though. He has some peculiar hips, not your average male hips. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yes, he's a whole crook. Yes, St. James, he is. And I wonder if they're gonna have him in the kitchen, if that'll be his job in there. He'll be in there frying chicken. Like, where's the hot sauce? Um, Kim Wilson says so. He was stealing from his mama. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Basically, remember on the show she would often say, like she didn't really know, like she felt like one time she sued him. Remember that episode when she was suing him for doing stuff like just running stuff like it wasn't hers, like it wasn't her business. Mrs. Mummy Nate says talking too much about all this assumed unreported money proves that Mr. T. Norman has about as much sense as a driftwood plank. Girl, anytime you do a drive through McDonald's, yeah, I said you should have gone to the dollar store. St. Louis should not continue to patronize their business if he's not found guilty. And see, that's the thing where I'm a little torn because this was his mama's dream. And I feel like unless it's proven, which, I don't know. I just feel like it was her dream that she shared with him and he took advantage of it. That's just in my opinion. I don't know for sure. But I get what you're saying. And at this point, especially if he has to go into an appeal, that's a lot of money, and I would have to question whether or not she would be willing to put that type of money on the line. Because I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'd be like, okay, I've spent enough money that I'm never going to get back on top of what you've taken. The man said he had 7 cars in one location, one address. Um, see. That was Brazilian Dawn. Deborah Wilson says Tim will be in jail for something. He's not that smart. Right. Just like OJ. He got off and still went anyway. Because he went back and took his stuff that they took from him. The man was determined to go. You got off, man, and you went anyway. Kathy Fields says he is charged with conspiracy to commit red rum. I had to remember it. For hire. And red rum for hire resulting in death. Now, see, I thought I saw something about the death penalty, and then somebody told me, no, they don't have that in that state. But I thought I saw something about that in an article, that there was a possibility of the death penalty. But somebody told me different. So he's also charged with one count of conspiracy to commit wire and mail fraud. Oh, yeah, I did see mail fraud somewhere. But yeah, I thought I saw the death penalty on the plate. But somebody was like, no, they don't have that in their state, so I'm not sure. Maxine says, I wonder when Mr. T gets the guilty verdict, will Lil Charles break down? Oh, finally, for Dre getting justice. I believe so. I love Charles, but Charles being the drummer, with the drummer antics that he has, I can see him breaking down. And plus, Charles, I believe, really genuinely loved Andre. I really believe that. And Charles is just, in my opinion, he's a caring and kind individual. And I just honestly believe he knows that this person did this. And yeah. And I hope he does get that closure and that justice, as well as Andre's mother and siblings and, those who care. Kim Wilson says, yeah, she was fussing about him opening up restaurants everywhere. Right. She was like, because it takes money. She was like, how you doing all this? Opening up all these restaurants. Easy Peasy said, forget her dream. Oh, yeah, because you let your, I don't know. I'm mixed on that because she let him. He came out of prison. She was proud to include him in her endeavors. And at first he was, he did a lot. He did a good job. Then he got them on the show. But baby, that's why they say be careful who you have kids. Oh wow. I have to tell y'all what pops up on my phone. Who you have children with, honey, because the DNA. Have you ever sat back and looked at one of your children as an adult and when they grow up, or when they're growing up and say, I should have looked more into that situation, because you probably could never have imagined that your kid could be that off. And what just popped up on my phone, which is probably what I'm going to be talking about, and I don't know if you're not from Chicago, you might or might not be interested, but I know I have to touch on it. I just got a Fox News article alert saying grave diggers can't keep up as gun violence ravages this city. And we were just talking about that. And that breaks my heart because, like I said, I'm born and raised a Chicagoan. My grandparents, great grandparents, it breaks my heart because that is so sad. But that just popped up on my phone that the grave diggers can't keep up because of the gun violence. Wow. Hi, Ginger. Go and follow Ginger. You have a page, don't you? Like I said, if anybody wants to, they can drop their link in the chat. I don't mind. Ginger, how you doing? St. James says, I met Mr. T at the LA restaurant a few years back. Him and Charles were arguing back and forth that day too. Right. He always picked on them. He always picked on Charles and Dre. I didn't like that. And I keep seeing that scene where they came running in the house telling this Robbie that Tim, attacked them. I was mad. I didn't like that. But yeah, wow. Easy Peasy says she didn't help Andre when he told her Tim was after him. And that may bother her. I'm quite sure internally that is bothering her because it would me. But they said it was like 6 days later before the incident. It was 6 days. What is that? Girl, I must have been talking too loud. The thing in there talking about to make me shoot the what the thing the Alexa was about to get shot up in here. Why this thing didn't go? I'm like, who is that in there talking? And nobody's here but me. And they're talking about something. This thing won't let me. Whatever. Um, yeah, that's true. DJ says, I don't feel bad for Miss Robbie. What kind of grandma are you? I know, cause I'm like, I would be like, baby, why you saying something like that? Come here, we got to figure this out. What is going on? What made you say that? What makes you feel that way? Yeah, I definitely would have had to. Um, Diva, can you get rid of that? That for some reason I can't get rid of that adult dating site. I've been getting rid of them. Um, Diva the Boss, go follow Diva the Boss. Diva, you can drop some links in here if you want. Let's see. Yeah, what kind of grandma? Yeah, you want and grandma is somebody, and that's the part that hurts because you feel like I feel like him going to her, that's who you go to for comfort, for to feel safe. You know what I'm saying? And you go to grandma and that happens, yeah. DJ says they really sticking with Tim, his family. I mean, this is sick. Yeah, I don't know, cause I don't really, I don't know. I wonder if they're really sticking with him or if they're just there to support Miss Robbie or to see what's going on. But yeah, they were there when Miss Robbie wasn't there. But they could have been going to support Dre's mom and siblings. I don't know. So Missouri does have the death penalty, Deborah Wilson. I thought I read that somewhere, and when I mentioned it, somebody told me they don't have that there. So I knew I saw that word floating around that it's a possibility. Oh wow, that's why. Ooh, that's why they got the best attorneys. People the Boss says, please hit the like button if you haven't already. Please hit the subscribe and please hit the notification bell. Please share. Thank you. Thank you, Diva. DJ says Charles knows the truth, and I believe that because I believe if anybody, he probably had that conversation with him. But they say he shared that information verbally of the fact that he felt like he was going to do something to him with family members or whatever. And I'm quite sure he shared it with Charles, and yeah, I believe that. But Charles testified. I don't know if that question came up because as an attorney, I would have flat out asked him. But then you can't say what you feel or what you believe. I don't think. I don't know. Melanie says no more. Oh, Melanie says no more death penalty for Missouri. Deborah. So that's something I have to look into. Because Deborah says that they do have it, and Melanie says they don't anymore. Did they get rid of it after the George Floyd? Huh. Makes me wonder. No. Martina Elliott says, do you think if Tim gets off, he will leave St. Louis? Or do you think Janae would trust him? Or Janae doesn't trust him around TJ before this. I don't think. I don't think Janae wants him around her son, even if he hadn't done this or this hadn't happened. I think. I don't know, but I don't see him staying in St. Louis if he gets off. I think he probably would go back to LA or somewhere. His living girlfriend is in LA. I wonder what she's doing or saying. And they haven't mentioned anything about her being in court, but I wouldn't show up to court and he has his strippers that he's been cheating on me with in this mess. I would be packed up and gone or change the locks. Um D says Miss Robbie is full of it. She created a monster, and a lot of us create our own little monsters in our own way when we spoil our kids. Our kids. I have taken accountability for that. Sometimes I think we do too much for our kids. Sometimes it doesn't affect them. Obviously, not as they're not affected as like this person was, like to the point of red room. But um, yeah, sometimes I feel like I was a little guilty of that. It's like you try to give your kids more than what you had, and yeah, you can create a monster. And in her case, of course, my kids we don't have fried chicken fried chicken restaurants and stuff like that, so we don't have that type of. They're not that type of sport. But yeah, I see that. I could see her. She did create a monster. Martina Elliott says, "Do you think?" Oh, okay. I already saw that. They took the ML says they took the death penalty off the case. Missouri is a death penalty state. The Attorney General Bill Barr took the death penalty off this case. I don't know why either. Huh. Now that's something that makes you go, You think Bill, let me shut up. In my opinion, allegedly, do you think Bill got some change? That is weird. I've never heard of that. It does he have the what is he? You say he was the attorney general. Wow. How can you just say, okay, we're not gonna let that be on this case, but it's a law in the state. That's interesting. That is very interesting. St. James says, I love me some Chicago, but they have to stop the violence. And it is everywhere, but yeah, Chicago is off the chain. They are off the chain. And yes, but it is St. James. It's such a beautiful city with such a nasty um I don't know what the word is. But yeah, it's a beautiful city. It's especially downtown Chicago when you come in, even the suburbs. We have some beautiful areas and restaurants and hotels and really, really nice parts of Chicago. It's not all what you see on the news, but it exists. But yeah, it's really a lot of people come here to. They used to come probably more than they do now. But like we have all these festivals and the Taste of Chicago, the Blues Festival, the Gospel Festival, the Jazz Fest, all types of things that the music. It's just a beautiful place, but it's just sad. Charmaine says, "Don't believe anything on Fox." No, not now. That's not that Fox. It's two Foxes. We have a Fox in Chicago. We have a Fox um, channel 9. I think it's no, that's WGN. Well, we have a Fox News, and then we have that Fox you're talking about. That Fox I don't fool with. I know what you're talking about. The one that's opposite of CNN. Yeah, I don't play with them. But yeah, I know what you said. She said, I don't believe anything. Diva speaking to Ginger. Um, Nasiah's Adventure says, I think the greed took over. He started living beyond his means. I pray that the jurors get it right today and return with a guilty verdict. Yeah. Yeah, that greed took that money was getting good to him. Being able to just go anywhere and buy anything when you're not used to having something. But his mama, it's not like it was his mama was poor or anything. She made a little change and stuff. So I don't know. Easy peasy. I knew Chicago was really on the decline when that boy was red drum at the Bean over the summer. Oh, somebody. Oh, I did hear something about, and that's down there by the Millennium Park, that bean that they have. Oh, well, girl, that's just one. I don't even know the details of that one because I'm telling you, babe, I could turn this news on right now. I promise you. I promise you, it's going to be every weekend they have an update, and it's like double digits was shot. So many was I mean, it's just always something, man. I'm telling you, it happens. I can turn the news on right now, and I promise you, it's going to say something about some crime that happened. Um, Nasiah's Adventures. I'm looking forward to Charles speaking out when this is all over. I do too. I can't wait. I believe he thinks he's guilty too. Sierra Browner says, I wonder how the other employees he had policies on. I know. I'm sitting up here and somebody tell me, girl, you know he had $1 million policy on you. What? Yeah. I would love to be a fly on the wall. Even Charles. That's why Charles probably looking at him upside his head crazy because he had one on him. Lovely, lovely. Diamond says, I remember when Andre said one, the only thing I ever wanted was for Tim. Oh, for Tim to love me. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. That is so sad. And I could see that because, with him losing his father, and this is the next thing the next closest thing to his father is his brother, and you just wanted him to love you and accept you. That hurts. That breaks my heart. That breaks my heart. Oh, thank you, Diva. You got rid of them. Ginger speaking to Diva. No one knows. Melissa Davis says, no one knows if Robbie called him and talked to him. Maybe she just didn't text him. That's true, Melissa. That is so true. She probably did have a conversation with him. Maybe she thought that was a conversation that could not be done over text. And I would think that because if my grandchild texted me and said something like that, I wouldn't text them back. You're right. Never thought of that. And that's why you guys are so helpful because you give various perspectives and that helps because now that you say that, yes, she could have. She could have even talked to Tim about it. She could have. She could have said, "You better not be messing with him," blah blah blah, because she would fuss and she would get on him. And so that's true, and that might be why they didn't bring it out. Maybe she thought she took care of it. I don't know, but you're right, Melissa. That's a great way. ML says Andre was not protected. Yeah, but were any of them protected? That's the question. Were any of them really truly protected? Because if he had gotten that 450,000, imagine in a year or two what he would have done to somebody else. That's in my opinion, allegedly. You know, Diva the Boss dropped her link. Please go and subscribe to Diva the Boss. We have over on her channel on Wednesday nights, we have wine and relax, where we drink our wine or whatever you want to drink and just chill a little. We have some, they do some, like, it's like not a play skit, but just come over and check us out. It's cool on Wednesdays, but like Diva the Boss. Kathy Field says, Sweetie Pie's star Mr. T will not face the death penalty in Red Room for Hire case. He is charged with conspiracy to commit Red Room for Hire and Red Room for Hire, resulting in death. So you're saying, that type of case is not worthy of the death penalty. Maybe it's the first degree, second degree. Maybe it has to be a certain degree because that is something that. Oh wait. He texted. Let's see what he said. He says jury note number 5 may have all of Tim. We have all of Tim Norman's phone records for all his phones. One of the exhibits was over 6,000 pages. So Judge Ross asked Tim's attorney if he only wanted to agree to a particular time period instead. Woo, that man was texting. Okay, they're moving. They're moving, you guys. They're moving. Melanie says no death penalty any longer in Missouri. Okay. Adele says, Adele Williams says, this is a federal case, not a state case. Death penalty is off the table. Okay, so the death penalty is not for federal cases. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. Why is this thing freezing? Why is it freezing? Give it a second. There we go. Okay, let's see. No. Okay. You guys hear me? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to my computer, but I just got another note from Bill. He says that, you guys hear me okay? He says attorney Michael Leonard, that's Mr. T's attorney, stated that he was okay with the jury having all of the records. Judge Ross then stated that he would have the IT staff take a laptop to the jury room to hook up to a TV monitor. So now they're about to look through. So you know what? They may not finish today. Ooh, I don't know. That's a lot of records. Um, Let me see. Where did I stop before my computer did that? Um, okay, so we got Diva the Boss. He would never see my son again, says DJ. If I were Janae, and his mom wouldn't either. You wouldn't let his mom, and it's so sad because his mom and Janae were so close, and his mom loved that little boy. But as a mother, and I know you've all probably seen it before, where um, the mother gets so involved in the relationship, and it causes a problem, and with the relationship between her and the mother. So yeah, I think she kind of messed that up. But Melanie Keller says, do your homework. Homework on what, Melanie? Do homework on what? Rebecca says they do have the death penalty, but took it off the table for Tim and Terica. Okay. Brazilian says, I believe Janae knows more about him and may be afraid to speak. Janae's like, you know what? I have gotten away from that, in my opinion, allegedly. I have gotten away from that, and I'm not trying to go back and visit it. Let those people be those people. That's what she's probably thinking. I still say they need to hit them where it hurts. Stop supporting their businesses. Yeah, and it's sad because it's like one person is going to ruin. Oh, he says Tim's attorney then returned and asked Judge Ross to inform the jury in his note that the phone records that they are to reach are only the phone records that were entered into evidence. Judge Ross seemed perplexed at the need for that because it was an obvious assumption. So, in other words, Judge Ross is looking at him like, duh, you know, yeah. So they twiddling their thumbs now. Um, Let me see. Aisha says it was taken off the table. Kathy Fields, are you posting the same thing each time? Because I'm not gonna say that M word, boo. um, Lakendra said I thought it was, and he definitely was going to get it. Oh yeah, I thought that. Yeah, they took it off. Hey Sherry, aloha. How are you, Sherry? Um, Lakendra McCrae says I feel really bad for Miss Robbie. Yeah, Miss Jazzy says there's going to be hell to pay if he gets off. He is going to be more cocky. Oh my God, you are so right, honey. That narcissism is going to be out the chain. If he gets off, he's going to walk around like he runs the world. You're right, but like they said, what they said about karma, what they said, what was that saying somebody put in there? That karma is. Oh, I lost the comment. I mean, yeah, I gotta find that comment. Um, Mike's Bulldog says Miss Robbie should have made a song about that. Oh my goodness, about that nasty food instead of herself, instead of her stuff. I take it you don't like the food, Mike. I know when we went to the I've only been once, and I think it was the Mangrove location. And I remember my 20-year-old, she was probably about, she was not in high school, so she was probably about 10, 11. And she was like, this food isn't all that. Oh, he said, but agreed to communicate. Wait, uh, agreed to communicate that to the jury as long as the government had no objections. The government was okay with the request as well. Judge Ross made it clear that doing all of this was going to take a long time. Uh, and that might be what they're trying to do. They're trying to prolong it, probably. I don't know. But no, this is the jury asking for it, though. So maybe he's trying to let the jury know. Because Judge Ross is ready to go home. He's already over it. But yeah, so it was good. I mean, I'm not gonna say it was nasty to me, but I've only been once. But I like my soul food a little better, I think. Yeah, I like my soul food better. Um, right, Janetta. They're asking for all of his phone records. Lakendra McCrae said this verdict is really going to ill her because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what happened. But I understand her position and send love her way. Right. That's all we can do. That is all we can do. Once again, we are being eliminated, and Chicago and St. Louis are resettlement cities for years. A culture can be wiped out. St. Louis building an $80 million soccer stadium. Yeah, Melanie, and they spend a lot of money on stuff. And what happened here, and that's why I said I'm gonna do a show on Chi-Town because I noticed that I had quite a few Chi-Town people in here the other night. And on the communities that were once like where Cabrini Green projects, I don't know if you ever heard of that. When they tore it down, that is a part of that is so close to downtown Chicago. It's really prime property, and how they took that property and built, very expensive things on it. And they took those individuals who lived in those, and it's like those individuals who lived in those projects and moved them to far away suburbs or like suburbs that didn't have transportation readily and things like that. Yeah, it's a whole story behind it. But Brazilian says if that were true or would have popped up in the call log that she called, I'm sorry, for some reason I don't think she's squeaky clean, and she may not be. In our opinion, she may not be. You may be on to something, Brazilian. And they probably would have pointed that out. But that would have been for the, yeah, you would think that the government would have pointed that part out. Um Lakendra McCrae says, I think, oh yeah, he does have one on his mom. They did determine that, Lakendra. He has one on Charles, his mom, and several of the employees. They didn't say anything like about Janae or the son. They didn't mention them. Yolanda Cabaret says, hello everyone. Honestly, it could go either way. We've been surprised by many verdicts in the past. That's what I was saying, Yolanda, especially about Trayvon. But she says O.J. Simpson and Trayvon Martin. Those were surprises. They were. Charles Nelson says, I feel for the Montgomery family. Miss Robbie is already up in age to be dealing with all this. She already lost her other son to the streets and her other on trial accused of setting up her grandson. I know. Oh, hold on. Let me see what he's saying. Oh wow. He says, I hope y'all are okay with getting spammed by me by me today because I think we might be in for a full day of updated messages. Get ready to get sick of me. Wow. Um you said, yeah, and so that's what I was saying too. I sympathize with her only primarily because like she lost her baby daddy, Tim's daddy, when she was pregnant to gang violence. Then she lost her other son, her older son, to violence, and then her grandson to violence, and then to have your son accused of being a part of that. Yeah, and she's 82 years old. That is a lot. That is a lot. And to have the stresses of the businesses and yeah. So she's a strong cookie because that could have taken a lot of people out. And then she lost a nephew as well to violence. So Charles Nelson says that's a lot. Can you imagine if we have to go through that? She and Michelle, right? The mom. That the heartbreaking thing is that people tend to take stuff that happens and they blame themselves in a way which they should not. Because I know I would imagine that his mom is probably thinking, Michelle's probably thinking, why did I send him there? I sent him there to be safe, to keep him out of trouble, and sent him with this man who promised to take care of him and look after him, and then for him to, it's got to be. She has to have a rage within her, sitting in the courtroom looking at him. She's a strong woman, but she wants to be a part, and if she acts out, she's going to be held in contempt. But I just think about all the crazy things that I probably would do if I was sitting across from my child's uncle who did something like that, who asked for my child. That's really something. But yeah. Okay, so that's when the sound went out when She Skate said the sound. Diva the Boss says, hey Sherry, sorry I'm working and trying to listen in. Ginger saying hi to Sherry. Sherry saying it's okay, Diva. Me too. I know you ladies are at work. That's okay. ML Foxworth is saying the good thing about this group, and I love my chat, is because we don't have a lot of riffraff going on. Like those are my moderators. They don't have to work hard, and if they are working, I can handle it. I mean, I love that. I love mature adults, and that's what you guys are. You guys rock. You guys rock. ML says, if Miss Robbie does not get to see T, what do you mean? The homework was who was asked? Oh, homework. The other girlfriend. Oh, okay. That okay, Melanie. I'll get to that. But ML, I know I remember reading or seeing something where they were interviewing them. Something happened with two of them with Miss Robbie and Janae allegedly. And then I did read somewhere, which that doesn't make it true, but that Tim hadn't really been, I don't know if it was his choice or Janae's, but I remember Miss Robbie going on a rant on something that we saw that was published, where she was upset because Janae was withholding the child. You know how some women do when they're upset with the dad. But in this case, but I've always been one to say, whatever relationship you have with the child's father, do not deprive the child. This is a father who's not like this one, right? Not the red drum word, but because it hurts the child ultimately, and sometimes you have to learn how to separate yourself. Let's see, separate yourself from your feelings from the situation, and that may be what's going on with them. Jury note number 6. Can we have all evidence that was submitted during Daryl Howard's, which is DJ Beats, testimony, please? Both parties agreed. Judge Ross informed that the evidence that the jury requested in note number 5 is now ready to be delivered to the jury. Judge Ross stated that we are back in temporary recess. So now they want to see DJ Beats evidence. So DJ Beats is when Mr. T asked him to go see about mom, when Mr. T asked him to pick up the money, probably the photo of the money, whatever corresponded between the two of them. Okay, Melanie says homework, the other girlfriend, Juanitra, oh yeah, I remember hearing that somebody else had a baby, but I didn't know who it was. So it's the live-in girlfriend. Is that the live-in girlfriend who has a baby? I'm just saying. Oh, and she better be careful. You probably got a policy on her too. But I did see that, but I didn't read the details. I saw something about him having another baby. So is that the girl who lives with him in LA? Melanie. Sherry says, please like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. Loretta, I am so blessed. I can't stand myself, Bradford. Y'all know what? These names in this chat, baby, I love it. She says, we're all going to reap what we have sown. It could take 80 years or it can take 8 years. We will reap everything we have sown before we leave this earth. Love your family and hug your family. Amen, Miss Loretta. I agree with that 100%. Yes. And you know what, Miss Loretta? When I was watching Peach, her name is Peaches. You guys probably know her on YouTube, and she was talking about the relationship her mom and her had growing up. It really made me want to just call my daughters and call my sons too. But this was a mother-daughter situation, and ask them if they're okay. If there was something I did to them, tell them I'm sorry if I did. I love you. It just made me feel like doing all of that. But the stuff that she was saying her mom did, oh, that's a whole different conversation. We're going to have to get on that one too, you guys. But yeah, it made me want to hug. It made me want to call my 30-year-old daughter and tell her to leave her house with her husband and come and give me a hug. Yes, it did. ML says, if Miss Robbie does not get to see TJ anymore, that's the price she has to pay for supporting this BS. Yeah, and you know what? In all honesty, ML, that's probably what Miss Janae is saying. She's probably saying that because she knows that Miss Robbie loved her and loved the baby, but she also knows that that son was out of control and spoiled. Robert Curtis says, it kind of sucks the prosecution left a few critical details out while presenting their case. But in all, It all in all is more than enough to prevail a guilty verdict. I hope so. Sherry saying to please sub to Diva the Boss. Um, Zandra Mayweather says, I visited the Lindbergh restaurant, ordered chicken, and it was raw. Girl, did you take it back? I took it back and said, give me my money back. Zandra, really? They were in there frying that chicken fast and it wasn't done. Wow. Brazilian says, do you think because of the jury makeup, they are making sure no one will be able to say they rushed to judgment and so find them guilty? That could be. Brazilian, that's a good point because you know him. He's gonna definitely the victim. He's definitely a narcissistic victim. So yes, I could see that happening. In my opinion, allegedly. No. Sherry says, please subscribe to Legend of Oz. That's another YouTube channel. Please go and sub to my bro Legend. Um, Janetta Boyd says, prayers for Michelle Griggs. I know Andre's mother. She felt like she was doing what was best for her son, sending him to be with his dad's family who were, better, well off than she, and that they can offer him a better, life and experience. And oh, that as a mother, my heart breaks for her. Robert Curtis says, if this is a non guilty verdict, it's politics and behind the scenes. And they're going to look, somebody's going to look into that. Michelle Curtis, hint, hint, she probably be on that. Like, I want to find out, I want to know that everything was legit. Robert Curtis says, okay, that's Robert Curtis. Hey, how you doing in this service, God is good afternoon, afternoon. Judy says, every time my phone does something, I'm snatching over there. Judy says, Miss Robbie is living her best life now. She has 2 questionable songs out and a very young man, question marks, in her life. I heard about that man, honey. Ain't nothing wrong with a young man, I guess. She's 82, and they say he looks really young, but probably, he's probably, well, I don't know how old he is. I haven't seen him, but I'm quite sure he's not much younger, but he might be. He might be in his 60s or something, huh? But I heard somebody say something about some questionable songs, but I haven't listened to any of her music lately. I need to go find out because I heard something about her songs being. Tell me a little bit about the songs, Judy. Tell us a little bit about what type of questionable songs she has out now. But yeah, that's what's helping her get by too, because her mind is not just sitting at home while wallowing over this. She has a mind, honey. Hey, cancel culture, not welcome back. Chilling with y'all on my break. Oh, okay. Enjoy your break. In his service, God is says this will be haunting in the worst way for a while. It really will in this service. It really will. ML says facts. And the service says, okay, the reason why this is federal is because of the insurance fraud. That's a felony, not the state. Tim conspired fraud of a policy, and that made it, yeah, definitely. That's a federal. And then isn't like redrum is the word I'm using for hire. Isn't that kind of federal too? The FBI usually gets involved when you put a tag on somebody's head, right? I think, but yeah, you're right in this service. Thank you for that breakdown. Simone Woodbury, hello everyone. God is still in control. Justice for Dre. That's right, Simone. He sure is. He has the last say. Zandria Mayweather says, I agree. Counsel says, yes. Kay Lamar says, the jury has me pissed off. What is it that you don't understand, right? What is it that they should have sequestered them, made them stay in a hotel and work through the night? No, no, they let those people go home every night, honey. In his service, God is says the whole thing has damaged the minds throughout the family. Worst, we all loved. Yeah, I mean, except the folks who said they never heard of it. But I know I did. I love the. I'm not gonna necessarily say the food because I only had it once, but the family. You know, it's just like any family. We love good times. We love any show pretty much you get involved in and you know the characters through the TV screen. Well, yeah, we love them. And this burst my bubble. The projection on TV versus the reality. Yeah, yeah. And you think when they say reality shows, you kind of expect it to be um, a reflection of the real reality. But these people not some people though, some people put their whole life on there. The real. Some people put the real on there, but I think we did get to see some of what was really going on. But because if you were to pay attention to Mr. T, you could kind of see some of the ways that he exhibited on there is what he's exhibited during this, like when he's manipulative. You can pick that up, bullyish, you know. I don't think there was anything different about that part. But yeah, I get what you're saying in this service. Lena Dabina says, I'm back. Oh, had a job interview. What did I miss? Oh, I hope you get the job, Lena. You think you did well on it? Um, the only thing you've missed is I don't know how long you've been in here. Oh, you just got in here. Um, they're still deliberating. The jury has sent like 6 different notes asking for various evidence to review. They wanted Tim's records. They wanted the evidence from DJ Beats. They wanted records from Travell to the correspondence between Travell um, and Terica, stuff like that. So we're just waiting. Well, I hope you get the job. Kathy Field says companies are able to take out life insurance policies on the highest paid 35% of employees with their written consent. Can't keep policies after the employee stops working for them. Kathy Fields, that is something I just learned. Looking into this case, I did find out that companies can have insurance policy on you just in case something happens to you if it's going to cause them to have a financial loss. So, in other words, if you are a valued employee who, like you said, the highest paid 35%, then your responsibilities are high enough to where your demise could cause loss for them because they would have to find somebody to replace you. So they might lose money in the other end. Yeah, I was like, really? Yeah, I learned that. I just learned that recently, and that is so true. Wow, I'm like, really? And like, do they tell you? No, I'm joking. Do they tell you? Zandria says, at least Mr. T is not around to intimidate the new boo. Girl, and we don't know what she went through before this happened. Oh, Simone, oh, you mean Zandra, are you talking about his mama's new boo or his? Because Simone Woodbury said the mama's new boo is like 55 or 60, and baby, she's 82. Go, Miss Robbie. Miss Robbie went and got her groove back. I know that's right. 55 or 60. She said she don't want nothing old but money. I know that's right, Miss Robbie. In his service, God is says the worst of this is Miss Robbie gained great money. The value money is good when put to greater good use. Yeah. And they say that the love of money is the root of all evil. Holly Lloyd says prayers to Miss Robbie and her family. Oh, wait, got another text. Hold on. He says, Hey VIPs, I just received a text from a new friend who gave me some great nuggets. VIP now, those important people. Also, while we wait on the next jury update, oh, basically he's not. What is he saying? I just received a text from a new friend who gave me some great nuggets. VIP now. Man, I thought you were telling us something. They're still waiting. Okay. So I put Dale's link in the chat. I'll put it in there again, and also the cell phone number where if you want to be on the VIP text, you can. I'm not sure what type of case or what he's going to be following after this case, but he's very informative. Um, let's see. Lena the Bina says, "Let's just hope Dre wasn't some type of oh Hollywood sacrifice. If you believe in that type of thing, which I do. You're talking about that ID stuff. Yeah, I haven't heard much about that in a while. Ooh, I don't know. Tell him I don't think Mr. T was. I don't know. You never know though. Janetta Boyd says the songs are called "Ain't My Stuff Good Enough," and I'm thinking about cheating. Okay, Miss Robbie is fast, honey. I think I heard that "Ain't My Stuff Good Enough." I think I heard that title before. I think I might have heard her singing it. Oh my good, baby, you 82, and she said, "Ain't my stuff good enough?" And I'm thinking about cheating. Okay, she reminds me of my grandma. Baby, that's another topic that one day I'm gonna have to have my grandma come on. She is a whippersnapper, and she's 93. Okay, so in his service, God says supposedly he has a twin brother. Who has a twin brother? How does Tim have a twin brother? I hope he does not look like him. Tim has a twin brother. Hmm. I haven't heard that one. Um. Yeah, if they the way you know is by the hips, baby. Deborah Wilson says, "Why does grandparents have to pay for not seeing their grandchildren, even if they didn't do anything wrong?" Deborah Wilson, that is me, and I try to encourage because, like I said, when I raised my daughters, I was a single parent at the time, but I never withdrew them from their grand. They had first of all the grand. My daughters are 10 years apart, so they have the best grandmothers, and their dads were active in their lives. And so what I tried to do is separate my feelings and his feelings out of the equation and think about the kid. And if you do that, things can be much simpler because you're going to get over whatever happened, whatever hurt, whatever. But that kid, as they grow up, they can resent you for keeping them away. Plus, me, I was like, I said, how you okay? What time you gonna be here to get them? You know what I'm saying? Because you need a break. Not you can't see them. They no. What time you coming? That's what you're supposed to do that, right? But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And Zandria, let me plug up my computer. Zandria says, let me plug this thing up. She says, Lena Dabina, sis, you might be right on that. Let me see what Lena Dabina said. Um, let me plug this thing up. Oh, it's plugged up. Let's see. What did Lena Dabina say? Oh, about the Hollywood sacrifice. Girl, you never know. And somebody's saying, Lena Dabina, I hope you get the job. Yes, Lena, I hope you get the job too. And his service says when the feds get in, the work is more accurate. Yeah, when they get involved, yeah, because they don't play. Watch out when the feds come. They have done their homework. And you know, that's what was brought out. They were watching Tim like 2 years before he was even arrested. So they had been watching him for a while. Adam ADM 23 says twin brother, Miss Robbie only had 2 kids. One is exactly one's he said one is deceased and one's going up the river. Right. I don't know. Yeah, I think that might be a rumor, honey. About that. In his service guide it says, have you checked out the S2 restaurant? It's the bomb, new and great. S2? Huh? Is it seasons 52? I don't know about S2. I know I've heard of seasons 52 out here. Diamond and lip gloss. Diamonds and lip gloss. If Tim is not convicted, does that mean Terica and Travail are not charged? No, because they've already they have their own separate cases and they've already pled guilty and they are scheduled to be sentenced already. One of them will be sentenced. I have it written down. One of them will be sentenced in September, the end of this month. I gotta find where that paper is because I got it offline. One of them is sentenced at the end of this month. One of them is sentenced in October, and then one of them, and this is including YL, I think, is being sentenced in November. So there's a sentence date for them already. Oh, let's see. Yep. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't get anything else. Um, yeah. So their charges and things are different. Bobby Jackson says even Walmart's put life insurance on their employees. Well, yeah, I didn't know. What I didn't know is that they had a policy that is for them. Now I know I've heard of companies having life insurance policies where they pay the premium and the employee is covered for a certain amount. But I never knew the back end that they had. Because what if somebody I don't know how I feel about that either. But anyway, yeah, I just learned that, Bobby. Wow. Zandria Mayweather says, jury note, Miss Robbie. Jury note, Miss Robbie. Oh, you're saying that those notes are coming from Miss Robbie? Zandria? In his service guide, it says we got fraud and redrum. They may drop some, but realistically, he's caught a case. I believe so. I can't see. Yeah, some of it might get dropped. Like I said with what happened with R. Kelly. Uh, he didn't get convicted on like 7 of the counts, but he got convicted on 6. So yeah, it may be something like that. But Tim only has 3. I think he only has 3 counts or something. In his service guide, it says Tim on that. Oh, you think he's on the Elon? Must have thought he was the grand poobah. Baby, yeah, you know what? You might be on to something. The T exposed it. What T, girl? What T exposed it? About the twin? Cause how you gonna have that lady don't have no twins? Oh, Jeanette Wright says he has an older brother by another mother. Maybe that's what they're talking about. But baby, you can't. Only way they had twins if both of them came from out of the same mommy at the same time. But oh, I think I did hear something about an older brother about it. Oh yeah, right. Because his daddy was married at the time when Miss Robbie was pregnant with him. But his daddy was taken out while Miss Robbie was about 6 months pregnant with him, allegedly, in my opinion. But let's see. Janetta says Tim has a half brother, but they both have the same name. Wow, you mean tell me, girl, you named that baby after that man? Uh, after the same as that woman named her baby, James Timothy Norman Jr. Wow, I think I saw that somewhere. So this is his dad's kid by his wife. Okay, yeah, you're right. I know who the T is now. Yeah, that's who she's filing. She's suing or trying to sue for defamation of character because somebody came on her show, and I think it was the wife's friend or something, and spilled all the tea. Yeah, I think I did hear about that. Um, yeah, that's right. That's the tea you're talking about. And the service says thanks, Janetta. That's what you were talking about in his service. Lena Dabina says, what has Janae what has been Janae's take on all of this? I wanted to know that too. I wanted to know what, honey. She's probably like, I'm glad I don't have to be bothered with that because they would have had me all up in court and all that. No, she has a new husband. Well, she has a husband because they were never married. And I don't know. Did somebody say she had another baby? I'm not sure. But she's living her best life. Yeah. Judy says he has an older brother by his father's wife. This- Oh, yeah, right. So that means wow. That means I had a baby with your husband and named my baby after your husband, although you named your son after your husband. Wow, interesting. Lena said, thanks, y'all. I hope I get it too. Yeah, you'll get it, Lena. Watch, you're going to get it. Melanie Keller says, yeah, his name is that too. His name is Tim too. In his service, God is says, let us not judge this and know God will render through courts. We wait and accept God at work. Yeah. ML says Tim does not have that. This either is his father's first son by his wife. Yeah, that's what it is. ML, it's by his wife. Yeah, Carol, Carol Taylor Norman, baby. She gave this boy, the full name, okay, of his brother and his daddy. I guess. Like, okay, you're not the only one gonna have a junior. I'm gonna have a junior too. In his service guide is says, I still love and appreciate the two classifications are intertwined, makes it stick. Do you mean the two families? Zandria put a, a scripture in here, 1 Corinthians 10 and 21. Ye cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of the devils. You cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and the table of the devil. Right. You gotta choose one. You can't serve both. I know that's right, Zandria. In his service, God is says crazy stuff we are trying to just comprehend. Intent is it was planned. So the insurance was a major mess up. The feds merged the two charges for a stronger case that he plotted with intent. Oh, that sounds good in his service. That makes sense. So they did that to be um to make it stronger, to make a stronger case. I get it. Tim remarked to the insurance agent of Andre won't be around was damaging. Right. And that's what the in the argument with her saying she brought that up in the closing arguments the prosecution did. Uh that was damaging. That should have been damaging in our opinion, from us looking at it. That should have been damaging because and then the fact that he made that comment when the security guard said to him, you have my condolences, and he said F that N word, Really? So yeah, so it's a lot of stuff that I know they're going through this stuff, but I'm like, I need you guys to hurry up because he did it. But I guess that's not how it works, and maybe that's why it's good that they've never. That must be why that they've never um had me on the jury because I don't want to be on anybody's jury. She says, it's me says, yes, Janae had a husband and another son. Wow. Oh, okay. I knew she had a husband, and I thought I heard she had another son. I thought I did hear that. I thought I did. Zendria Mayweather says, how can I send a cash app to you? Oh, Zendria. Oh, that's so nice. You know what? I actually don't even, I have a cash app, but I had separated it from, let me see if I can connect it right quick. I mean, I still have it here. I just separated it because, oh, hey, Shonda, you guys follow Shonda Thoughts? I mentioned her earlier. Shonda Thoughts says, Swag, I see you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And the service says, thank you. Great job. Um, Zandria, I'm activating it again now because I had separated because I don't like spam and stuff, and I started seeing and hearing things about people, but you know how it is here. Let's see. Let's see if it goes through. And it's Chosen says, hello from California, new to the chat. Thank you, Chosen. Thank you for stopping by. Please, if you haven't done so already, please hit the subscribe button and put on the alert so that you can get um also you have to add right now so that you can get be alerted whenever something comes. I'm coming on. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button. And this service says, I think we fixed, you said, I think we fixed the phone. Try the link. I may be able to connect. Okay, hold on a minute, Chosen. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chosen. Hold on a minute in the service. Let me see. I know what I need to do. 1 second. Yeah, a lot of times these people, some crazy people. Um, Hold on. Come on, what are you doing? Um, you said through watching all this on YouTube, your platform has been direct and to the point. Thank you so much. Thank you so much in this service, guy. I think it might. I was telling one of my friends last night, Diva the Boss actually, who are over on her page, and I think it's the teacher in me. I think it's the teacher in me because, yeah, so it comes kind of natural, like me talking to somebody or discussion. It comes kind of natural. So I have to activate this. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it comes kind of natural. Now, Zandra, you have me. I'm almost done. I had thought about doing that, but I was like, these. I heard so much negative about. Does anybody on here have Cash App and have had problems with it? Because I hear all types of stories like people try to spam you and stuff like that. But I usually have the banks that I deal with. They usually are pretty good
This
about.
call will be monitored and recorded,
They usually
and your
are.
voice may be
Oh, I'm
used for
sorry.
verification.
They usually are pretty good about that. Um, you said I've been a juror before. I don't want to be picked again. I've never been a juror, but I've been select. What they asked for? Hold on.
We're sorry. Your entry was not recognized. Please enter your card number, followed by the pound key.
Yeah, they never picked me, and I was happy because I always didn't want to go. To be like, I don't want to be no juror, but I can understand not
Please
wanting.
enter your debit card PIN, followed by the pound key. Your debit card has been activated and is available for.
Yeah, I had a new card that they sent me, and so I guess you have to connect it to 60561. So we're still waiting to here. But has anybody had any negative experiences with Cash App? Okay, so the what's her name asked me. Oops, what did I do? It is. I think it's Swag Town actually. Yeah. So it is. Are you still there, Zandria? If you're still there, then I'll put it in. Oh, okay. Angela Ellis. So, and then that way it's not connected to you. Is that is that uh is that how that works? It's not connected to you that way. Um, it just goes to a debit card because it's not in my. It's Oh, okay. So Deborah says I have Cash App, no problem at all. And this service says you glad I'm not crazy. It will work out for you. I talked on YouTube before, so I don't know what happened. We'll check my provider for your future shows. Traveling Tootie says, I am trusting that the jurors are going to decide he's guilty. They are crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's so that the conviction sticks and there is no possibility of winning an appeal. Amen. Yes, Traveling Tootie. Angela says yes, so it won't be okay. So let me see. I saw something on here where you can do that, where you can get a card. Um, let's see. Okay, so okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Right. Oh, okay. So they'll send it to you. Yeah, I'd rather do that because I don't. Okay. She says, Swag Queen, please help us with this growing problem. Oh, somebody was texting me. I'm sorry. Or teach us abundance income through God. What about how to get a career, get a job? You mean like that? Okay. Scroll to continue. Oh, this is cool. So this doesn't connect to your bank account. I love that. I mean, I don't usually worry about that because, like I said, the banks that like Chase Bank, they're pretty good about fraud because I get an alert for any time something is going on. So I like that. Okay. Okay. So it is dollar sign swag found. Um, make sure. Yeah, with the two A's. So I'll put it on there for you. Um, no updated computer class is affordable. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, Zandria. It is. Wait a minute. Hold on. 1 second. Oops. Not it. Okay, I'm putting it in the comments, Zandria. There you go, Zandria. I put it in the comments. Um, depending on your area, I have to look into that in this service. I'll look into that. Yeah, he did. He incriminated himself, and so that's SW two A's, a G, and found. Yeah, he was plotting. Thank you so much, Zandria. Yeah, he was. He was plotting. So we haven't gotten anything. Let me see. Let me see. Tomorrow. I just want to know what are they doing? What are they doing, you guys? What are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah. Hey, Jimmy Lee, how are you? Good afternoon. We just basically we were just talking about the case and the trial. The jury is now in deliberation. They've been requesting documents and they're looking over stuff. So we're waiting for a verdict, and we were hoping to get one today. Um, yeah, we were hoping to get one today. But I know, knowing this judge, if they don't hurry up, he's gonna. I hope he doesn't send them home again. But we want them to make the right decision, so we don't really want to rush them. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be that much to do. So somebody must be giving them a hard time, which I don't know. Have you been following the case, Jimmy? Is Sherry or Diva, are you still in there? Just let me know. Sherry or Diva, let me know if you're in there. I know you're working, but I noticed you were coming in and out. I'm gonna send you a message. And okay. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, people. It's driving me crazy. So only a couple of you say that you've had you utilize the Cash App and you don't have any problems. That's good. Because I've heard some things about it. So what do you guys think is going on? Imagine the family sitting there and waiting, both sides actually. But they probably even had prayer and everything. God bless you all, and this too shall pass, for it's all in God's hands. Tim, in his narcissistic mind, is probably thinking, I'm going to go home today. Imagine that. Imagine him going home today. Oh, you got sequestered on the case in Illinois? Ooh, I don't want to be sequestered either. I just honestly don't want that to be in my, the fate of someone else. That's the part I don't like about. I know what they say is doing your what is it called? Your duties to serve on the jury, but you have to think about your fate. I mean, the fate of someone else's life is in your hands when you do that. And I don't know, man. It's like there's always a possibility that hold on. There's always a possibility that you could be either setting someone free who is guilty or putting someone away putting some away who is not guilty. And that bothers me because I always think about that. I don't want to be that person. He says they are reviewing in the jury room. They have voted in the jury room how many thinks he's guilty. So if they don't agree, more information is requested. Right. Did you get it, Zandria? Okay. She says, yes, I felt that it was a home invasion trial. Oh, okay. But still, even with that, somebody's going to be put away. They call me Gladys says, oh, yeah, you believe that too? I think so too. They call me Gladys. That he's sitting back like think he probably already packed his little whatever he had at the sale. He probably has it packed already. Like I'm going home today. I could see him thinking that. I definitely could. I could see him thinking that. Thinking he's going home. I know I have some Shelly, you want let me see if I can put you on there. Because they're at work. I think you have to do it through YouTube though. Let's see. Yeah, you do. Hold on. Let's see. Um, let's see. It is. Mm-hmm. No, dashboard. Hold on, I'm doing it now. I didn't do that. I forgot how to do it. I saw it the other day. Analytics, settings, permissions. No, let's see. Community. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, Shelly, I've given you a ranch. Chili. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, that troll goes everywhere. Jacqueline, the one with the dating site. Hey, Legend of Oz. You guys, if you haven't done so already, please go and follow S. Hutchison, Green Sector, Diva the Boss, Legend of Oz Reacts. Somebody says Wood says he is guilty as much as I wish he weren't. This platform tells you how much we love and appreciate you, your time you give us. Oh, thank you so much in this service, God is. Yes, Wood, it is a sad case. Hey, Legend. Wood, yes, very tragic, even upsetting for us all. We are shaking our head on this. And I'm just like, what are they doing? Come on. But they did just give them a lot of paperwork, well, text messages and things to go through. But you would think, are they going to go through all of them, or are they just going to look at some of them? I mean, there's enough damaging evidence there, but I'm like, don't you guys want to go home today? Just go and say guilty. No, but wow, it's just crazy. Yeah, but I bet Tim, because when you're a narcissist, that's how you think. He's probably packed this little plastic grocery bag with his stuff in it from his cell, and it's probably like, I'm going home today to the people in the jail. I bet he's done that. The jury doesn't believe Terica or Travail. You think so, Wood? But they took a plea though. They admitted to their. You think that they think you think what do you mean by that, Wood? They don't believe them. You feel like they think they did it on their own without him? Because what would they have gained from it? He's the one who took the policy or attempted to take five different policies out. He's like the common denominator, but you said the packing is hilarious. They call me Gladys. What you mean, hon? So true. Wood, what is it that they thank you, silly? What is it that what's the packing they call me Gladys. I'm just waiting. You say a little bit, not as much, not as much. I've been hearing there. I've been following Ray J a little bit, but not as much. Okay, yeah, Ray J. That's another thing. I don't know how far that's gonna go. And the service says, "Oh, Tim. Packing his bag, girl. Yes, I'll be back going out for lunch. Okay, Okay, Zandria. Um, yeah, that's kind of strange. But yeah, packing that bag, you think people like that think because in his mind, when he made that testimony, he think he wowed the jury, and that they believed him, and that's why yesterday they were saying he was in a nice mood. He was waving and smiling, whereas before he was just like looking down and all of that. So in his mind, I really believe he feels like he's going home today. And unfortunately, there is a possibility, huh? No, I don't think so. Right? He's got to be he's got to be charged with something. You said so. We have until no. I don't think it'll go to 5. We will either get a decision or more deliberation tomorrow. But see, with this Judge Ross, uh, what we've noticed is he like if he'll go and ask the jury if they're not like coming close to a solution. Like yesterday, he dismissed them. So he's not going to just sit and wait. Yeah, it's a nail biter. Yeah, they want to go home. I'm quite sure, but I think the judge wants to go home too. Because he could have kept them late last night. In fact, at some point yesterday, the government asked the judge if they could go ahead and do like the closing arguments and stuff yesterday, and he said no. He was ready. He didn't want to prolong it, and so I don't think he's not going to sit there. I doubt it. He might, but I doubt if he'll sit there that long. Let's see what Philly Phil is talking about. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling. Let's see. For some reason, I have a feeling that they may go till tomorrow. They may decide to go on till tomorrow. But the thing is, when they go home and then they come back, it's not like they're sequestered. They go home and come back, and then they start over. With the waiting and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. Something is not adding up. It's just nail biting. But imagine what the family is going through. You said, Jimmy says, um, yes, Jimmy Lynn, the jury is in deliberation and they are, hold on. Oh, so she's basically telling them what I've already told you guys that they wanted the burner phone sale record. She's like she Tilly feels that she ready to slap one of them because they keep asking for stuff. The jury. So we never know. It might be a hung jury if they're doing all of that, requesting this and requesting that. That means that somebody probably isn't sold on whatever decision that they've made. So yeah, that's what's going on, Jimmy. In his service guide, it says yes, the jury must determine for this time. Yeah, they do. They call me Gladys says the judge seems anxious for the trial to be over. Wood says, I hope it ends today. Prison is horrible and Tim is screwed. In his service says he's a career criminal out of career jail. This is just horrific. That depends on the judge. What depends on the judge? Because the oh, you mean as far as dismissing? Yeah, the judge. I'm quite sure he's probably already like frustrated because he wanted this. He wanted it to be over by tomorrow. So, but he was also probably excited that they were ahead of the schedule because they could have technically been done by this morning or yesterday. Deborah Davis says, good afternoon. This is my second time viewing your channel. I live in St. Louis and I am here in court for the Norman trial. We're currently in recess. Yes, you guys, they're deliberating, right, Deborah Davis? They're still waiting for the jury, or are they no longer deliberating and have gone on recess? Are they going home? What are they doing? I'm surprised Vail hasn't sent another text. Um, In his service, only the judge can sequester them. Oh, okay, or instruct them to not talk about. Well, yeah, he always tells them not to talk about it, but grant them the right to go home. Those burner phones, yeah, highly damaging, and that was the last thing the jury asked for was the burner phone records. So whatever is on those burner phones is probably going to make or break the verdict. Um, Send them back to the drum. Ooh, this judge, I don't know. Judge Ross seems like he's like tired of them, especially the defense. He doesn't seem appear from what I've been hearing. He doesn't appear to be too favorable of the defense. I'm sure this was draining. Yes. Diva says, please hit the like button if you haven't already. Oh yeah, Deborah. Still waiting on the jury. Yeah, yeah. That's what that I've been told. They're looking over those burner phone records now. They requested um other stuff like the flight. They wanted the records from the airline, and they got that. And then they wanted text messages between different parties, and they got that. And now they asked for the oh yeah, and then they asked for DJs. They asked for DJs evidence too. That's DJ beat beats. You said jury is served lunch while they still sort it out. Have you checked out City Winery, the bomb? Oh yeah, most of the venues downtown in the service are pretty safe. Chicago as a whole is not like, I mean, it's not like you can't go outside and walk around. It's just certain areas, like in any city. It's just certain areas you kind of avoid. But yeah, like downtown, yeah, you people walk around all day long downtown, back and forth. There's always people out there walking around. You said those texts are a base hit. Tim needs serious therapy. Oh yeah, he's gonna need therapy in or out. But if he gets out, he won't get it. I doubt it. Okay, so somebody must have got him already. So yeah, so I guess what we'll do is if I hear anything, because what time is it? Because we have waited and waited and now they're on break. So you're Deborah, you're actually there. Do you see Vale? Do you know Vale? Deborah said she was at the courthouse. So you saw Vale. Oh, Deborah, thank you. They look worried. Oh, well, you said they're on recess, so the jury, so everybody's pretty much gone for lunch probably until the jury comes back. Then everybody will go running back in there. So she basically is saying the same thing that that he was saying. Oh, okay, Deborah. Yeah. Oh, and you just so happen to live there, huh? And this service says through Jazz Institute, YouTube, Billy Branch, and Sons of Blues. My older brother, we work. Mm. Okay, you all, I am going to call it quits, and I will come back if I hear something, if I get a text message from Dale, if they come back with the verdict. Um, I don't know. It's just basically a waiting game right now. So we hopefully will have. Oh, right, you live there, okay, and you guys are on lunch, okay. Angelique says, just pray, family. Do not on YouTube, no one. If I get hope. You're saying, Angelique, what are you saying? You told your family if that would have happened to you to not get on YouTube? What about Facebook and Instagram? Because family have, some people don't even know family members, something happened to a family member until they see it on Facebook. That's how fast people get on Facebook posting stuff. That's the one thing about Facebook. Okay, you guys, I appreciate you all for being with us today. And like I said, if something comes up, but in the meantime, it looks like we may be waiting at this point. Um, I would be surprised, but it's not impossible that we'll get a verdict today. And if something comes up, I'll come back. Okay, so go and have some dinner. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. And thank you all. Please make sure you've hit the like button and you've subscribed and you've hit the bell so that you'll get an alert when I come back. If I come something, do not. Okay. Thank you so much. It's 8:26. Oh, you're in Cal. Oh, you're in Honolulu. Oh, you're in Hawaii, honey. 8:27 in the morning. Plugged in all morning. Okay. Melanie, enjoy Honolulu. Sherry, where's Sherry? Okay. Okay, see you later. Okay, Tiani, take care. I'll see you later. Go get something to eat or whatever. If something comes up, I'll drop back on. Aloha. In the service, God is says. I just expected this to be over. That's why I came on so early today because I was thinking, oh, they're going to be done early. I thought, by now it would be finalized. You said, I'm going to pray that family do not the family. Okay, Angelique. Yeah. Okay, you guys have a good one.